In the singing of the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
June has been officially recognized as Italian Heritage Month. As such, I would like to turn our attention towards the contributions made by Italian Canadians not only within their local communities, but across Canada. Within just the last few generations, there have been many Italian Canadians that have worked tirelessly and have been successful in the fields of business, science, education, law, and politics. Every day, because of their dedication and innovative characters, they have made invaluable contributions to the lives of countless Canadians and have shaped the societal, economic, and cultural landscape of Canada as we know it today. I am incredibly honored to represent my riding of Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel, which is home to one of the largest Italian communities in Canada. This vibrant community serves as a constant reminder of the incredible ways in which new immigrants to our country can have an everlasting impact. Happy Italian Heritage Month. Buon mese del patrimonio italiano.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My warmest congratulations to all Filipino Canadians as they celebrate the first official Filipino Heritage Month here in Ontario. I want to commend the wonderful contributions that Filipinos have made to communities in Ontario and throughout Canada. Filipinos are known for being incredibly warm, hardworking, and compassionate, which has naturally drawn Filipinos to successfully work in many frontline jobs such as nursing, healthcare, childcare, and caregiving. This allows them to help all Canadians, starting from childhood all the way up to our esteemed leaders. Filipinos have also consistently ranked first in the independent immigrants category, a group selected on the basis of their skills and ability to contribute quickly to Canadian society and the Canadian economy. I am proud to represent over 600 Filipinos who have made their home in Haliburton Kawartha Lakes, Brock, and proud of the ongoing contributions they are making to improve their community. Thank you, Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, June 2nd, is Red Shirt Day, an annual event when people across Canada come together and wear red to show their support for persons who are living with disabilities. An initiative of Easter Seals Canada, Red Shirt Day takes place each year on Wednesday of National Accessibility Week, which this year runs from May 30th to June 5th. Wearing red today represents a pledge that we will help create a fully accessible and inclusive society by educating ourselves, by removing barriers, whether they are physical, social, or systemic, and by honoring and valuing the contributions of people of all abilities in all aspects of life in Canada. I encourage my fellow parliamentarians and all Canadians to don something red today. Be sure to share your photo by doing that on social media using the hashtag Red Shirt Day or hashtag Easter Seals. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, on June 2nd, I'm going to reveal something about myself. 23 years ago, my father got a fatal diagnosis at the age of 54, ALS. This terrible illness is a long and slow road to death. All the body's muscles atrophy and render the person immobilized. As he said, "I am living in my coffin." He's been gone now for 3 years, but he never stopped hoping for a cure to stop this deadly disease. Mr. Speaker, the day has finally come. There is a treatment. Unfortunately, it's slow to be made accessible in Quebec and in Canada. These people can't wait. The countdown has already begun for them. I implore the government to act now because it's urgent for everyone living with ALS and their families, their caregivers, like my mother, Françoise Lajeunesse. I pay tribute to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Today is Lou Gehrig Day and June ALS Awareness Month. Every year, more than 1,000 Canadians are diagnosed with ALS and 1,000 pass away from this terrible disease. La durée de vie d'une personne atteinte.
The lifespan of a person with ALS is from 2 to 5 years from diagnosis. There are only 2 drugs that have been approved in Canada for ALS.
Research to make ALS a treatable disease. There are currently 16 clinical trials in Canada. It is important that all governments work together to reduce the time frame for drugs approval in Canada, as patients do not have the luxury to wait. Thank you to the Major League Baseball and Baseball Canada for raising ALS today through Lou Gehrig Day. I encourage all Canadians to get involved in your local ALS walks and get your neighbors to donate. Finally, thank you to my colleagues from all parties who are part of the ALS caucus and are advancing issues on behalf of the ALS patient community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, before the onset of COVID-19, Canadian fairs and exhibitions generated an estimated $2.9 billion in annual economic impact. With over 17,000 events and programs held across Canada every year, these fairs and exhibitions would attract over 35 million visitors annually. However, since the pandemic began, Canadian fairs and exhibitions have been among the hardest hit. Many of them are seasonal operations run by nonprofit community boards, which depend on mass gatherings to operate and generate the revenues they need to continue. In fact, the Canadian Association of Fairs and Exhibitions believe their industry members will only reach a recovery next summer, the summer of 2022. Despite this pandemic lasting nearly 15 months now, no federal funding has yet been made accessible to the majority of CAFE members. Canada's Conservatives recognize the great importance and impact that fairs and exhibitions have on our tourism sector and on our local communities. As such, we call on the federal government to provide better access and greater support for Canadian fairs and exhibitions through these most challenging of times.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to pay tribute to a constituent of mine, Mr. Dave Brenton of Marystown. Dave was a strong community leader and always strived to make things better. He was a mentor to many and an advocate for all. He was a high school teacher and principal. He formed local sports teams. He was a lifetime member of the Kinsmen Club of Canada, a member of the Marystown Town Council for years. And as a member of his local healthcare foundation, he helped raise millions of dollars through radiothons and other initiatives to better the healthcare system on the Burin Peninsula. Mr. Speaker, I would need much more time to go into a full list of Dave's accomplishments. His loss leaves a large void amongst his community and all who knew him. Please join me in sending sincere sympathies to his wife, Anne, and the 3 children and grandchildren, and to everyone in Marystown and surrounding region who were so positively affected by Dave's hard work and goodwill. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Signor Presidente, Italian Heritage Month has arrived in Canada. Today, on June 2nd, Italy celebrates 75th Festa della Repubblica and the founding of the Italian Republic. Buona Festa della Repubblica a tutti. Here in Canada, we proudly celebrate and share our Italian heritage, as well as our vast contributions to building this country we are blessed to call home. Ma anche quest'anno rispettiamo e onore il passato, il 27 maggio, il nostro primo ministro ha presentato the formal apology for Italian Canadians interned during the Second World War. This Italian Heritage Month, I wish to honor the resilience of these immigrants that endured so much. As the Prime Minister stated, what better way to prove that they love the country they had chosen as their home? It would have been so easy to turn their backs on Canada. Instead, they put their backs into building it. Happy Italian Heritage Month. Bon mois de patrimoine italien. Grazie, Signor Presidente.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's no secret that this government lacks accountability. Last week, we learned that third-party consultation fees cost $1.3 billion more than an earlier estimate of just 2 months ago, totaling $17 billion in 2022. Since this Prime Minister took office, the public service bureaucracy has ballooned by 10,000 employees per year, totaling 380,000 employees, costing $47 billion alone in 2020. This government believes it can spend its way out of trouble using money taken from people it governs. Then the Prime Minister tells people, we're taking on the burdens so you don't have to. Well, these are hard-earned dollars of the taxpayers, not the government's money. The Conservative Party has a plan to secure accountability in government and reel in this irresponsible spending so the government serves its people once again, not the reverse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mabuhay. Winnipeg North is the heart of Canada's Filipino heritage.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Member if he can put his headset on.
That's okay.
There we go.
Mabuhay! Winnipeg North is the heart of Canada's Filipino heritage community. Yesterday morning, I was on the corner of Keewatin and Adsum, below the Dr. Jose Rizal statue, and only a couple of blocks from the Dr. Jose Rizal Park. 3 blocks south of me on Keewatin Street, the local MLA, Cindy, who happens to be my daughter, was in a jeepney. We participated in a live social media event as we wanted to encourage people of all backgrounds to take note that June is National Filipino Heritage Month in Canada. Today, Canada has approximately 1 million people of Filipino heritage. From coast to coast to coast, the community is growing and contributing to Canada in a very real and special way. For over 30 years, I have been attending fiestas, debutantes, birthdays, spiritual events, concerts, pavilions, homes, workplace environments, and so on, where I witness kindness, hard work, love, fun, and so much more. I would encourage all Canadians to recognize the true value on how our Filipino heritage community has made Canada a better country to call home.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin Caledon.
June is Pride Month, and every June we celebrate and embrace the values of pride. It's also a time to remember the many struggles that have been overcome and the considerable achievements made, but also the work that still needs to be done to achieve equality and inclusivity. While we celebrate the many achievements of the LGBTQ+ community and how far we've come as a society, let's not forget our work isn't done. In Dufferin Caledon, we are extremely fortunate to have community groups that continuously strive for inclusivity, equality, and diversity for all. I want to express my gratitude to groups like Pride Orangeville, LGBTQ+ Dufferin County, and Jim Waddington, who organizes Orangeville Pride. Their tremendous efforts are building stronger, more inclusive communities, and their hard work inspires us all. Happy Pride, Dufferin Caledon.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Canadian Environment Week, and it's a time to remind us all that our country's natural beauty must be protected. That's why the Conservative Party has released its plan, Secure the Environment. This plan will protect our environment and deliver on our commitments without pitting one region against the other, as the Liberal government has done. We will stand up for the elimination of plastic in our oceans with the member for York Simcoe's bill.
Bill C-204 bans the export of plastic waste to other countries to be dumped in the ocean and instead handle it here at home. Sadly, the Liberals oppose this bill and would rather see us export our plastic waste around the world. This Liberal till week.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
ALS is a devastating disease that affects thousands of Canadians. Today on Lou Gehrig's Day, we think about the brave people who faced ALS with profound dignity and strength. People like Gehrig, like Stephen Hawking, and jazz great Charlie Mingus. But today, I'd like to recognize those who tend to remain unseen and unheralded, the caregivers, the ones caring for their parents, spouses, and children who are battling this disease. These are often women facing daunting physical and emotional challenges. Women like Marie-Christine Tremblay, who support her husband with ALS and her mother with Alzheimer's. These women hold their families together through love and determination and through back-breaking and heart-wrenching work. And because ALS is such a relentless disease, robbing their loved ones of their most basic functions day by day by day, their struggles are often overlooked. Thank you for your commitment in the face of unimaginable obstacles. You share the strength of Gehrig, the determination of Hawking, and the creative genius of Mingus. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, last week another glass ceiling was broken in the world of sports. Quebecer Catherine Resch became the first woman in NFL history to be promoted to the position of Vice President of Football Operations for the Philadelphia Eagles. She's from La Prairie on the South Shore of Montreal. She studied at the University of Sherbrooke in law and then did a master's in tax law. But in 2015, her career took a turn when she took a position with the Montreal Alouettes. In 2017, she was promoted to Assistant VP or Director General of the team, and now she's been promoted to VP of Football Operations for the Philadelphia Eagles. She'll be involved in all facets of the football operations for the team. Her recent appointment is an inspiration for all women and girls who want to work in professional sports, which is still largely dominated by men. Catherine Resch has not hidden her ambition to one day become the first female CEO in the NFL. Thanks to hardworking and ambitious women like her, things are changing. Bravo, Catherine. Don't give up. Quebec stands behind you.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, provinces will be reopening soon. There are signs of hope again, despite all of the many losses associated with COVID-19 and with living under prolonged restrictions. For almost a year and a half now, families, seniors, youth, workers, and many vulnerable groups have struggled. Canadians have already been through so much, and there is still a lot of work left to be done. It was always true that when the worst fears and immediate damage from COVID are over, more people will need attention and support as they work through the aftermath. A full recovery for Canada will take time and serious effort. It cannot be done without making sure we bring back the million jobs lost from before. This has to be done in every sector and every region of the country. But the Prime Minister's mind is elsewhere, trying to reimagine the economy instead of focusing on the basics. Canadians can count on Conservatives based on our strong record in the last recession. We will work to make it happen for small business, women, youth, and all Canadians in 1 year. This is our recovery plan. Secure jobs, secure the future.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the anniversary of the release of the TRC's 94 calls to action, which was an appeal to mobilize all levels of government, organizations, as well as individuals to advance reconciliation through concrete changes in society. Today, we acknowledge the courage of the former students and families who came forward to share their truth and leadership and the guidance of the commissioners who provided us with a path forward. The commissioners' findings revealed the heartbreaking details of the role that residential schools played in the unacceptable colonial history of Canada and the tragic legacy that continues today. While almost 80% of the calls to action are the sole responsibility of the federal government or shared responsibility with provinces and territorial governments and other key partners are completed or well underway, we are committed to accelerating progress on these essential steps towards reconciliation. Today, we honor and support the survivors and reflect on how all Canadians can support reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question orale, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we don't think of Canada as a country with mass grave sites. And because we don't, this week has changed us all. But we were warned they were there. Children disappeared from families without any closure of what happened to them. Will the government commit to urgent action on calls to action 71 to 76 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report so that these families can have some closure?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have fully accepted all the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which includes working with Indigenous communities to locate their missing loved ones and their unmarked burial places in a culturally informed way. In 2019, we invested $33.8 million in this work and have been engaging with Indigenous communities impacted by residential schools on how best to proceed. We will continue to move forward, recognize the horror and the tragedy of the past, and fix the wrongs of the present in partnership with Indigenous peoples.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister in 2015 said he would move on all calls to action. This morning, the minister re-announced funding that was 2 years old. No new plan, no new resources, no sense of urgency. This week, Mr. Speaker, has changed the country. Canadians need to know that it has also changed the urgency with this government. Again, will the Prime Minister commit to announcing a plan to deliver on calls to action 71 to 76 dealing with missing children from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report by Canada Day?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we have been and we will continue to be. From 2015 onwards, we have taken this extraordinarily seriously and worked with the partners in Indigenous communities across the country on the important work of reconciliation. We accepted all the TRC recommendations and calls to action, and we have been moving forward on them. We will continue to do that. We recognize the fresh urgency that non-Indigenous Canadians are feeling because they are seeing this tragedy, which unfortunately is horrific and is terrible, but is not a tremendous surprise to many Indigenous families who've known this reality for far too long.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what is not a tremendous surprise to families, Indigenous communities, and many Canadians is that we hear nothing but talk in Ottawa, including from this Prime Minister who 6 years ago said he would move on all plans, Mr. Speaker. These children, the families, the communities deserve a precise and clear roadmap with funding and timelines to deliver on 71 to 76 calls to action dealing with these sites. If we're really going to embrace the country that is Canada, the Prime Minister needs to announce this before Canada Day.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, since 2019, we have been working on this issue with Indigenous communities, with Indigenous leadership to make sure we're moving forward in a culturally appropriate, trauma-informed way. We understand that there is new urgency and pressures to move on this, and we will continue to invest as much as is necessary to support communities on that path forward. But I will not take lessons from Conservatives on this. They were the ones that refused to give any money at all on this issue, refused $1.5 million to help with this. We have been there and we will continue.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, through you, with respect to the Prime Minister, we all need to take lessons from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. The recommendations which 6 years ago the Prime Minister said he would act and deliver on, we have collectively not done that. I wrote to him on moving forward on C8, and I appreciate the effort to move that forward. But we need to show urgency now to give closure to these families and to Indigenous communities. It is not the time for political rhetoric in Ottawa. It's time to come together with a plan. Will the Prime Minister commit to delivering that plan to Canadians ahead of Canada Day?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we will continue to move forward on this reconciliation journey in partnership with Indigenous peoples. And that means, yes, moving forward on C8, and I appreciate the Leader of the Opposition's support on that, but it also means moving forward on the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is still problematic for the Conservative Party. It means continuing to move forward on ending boil water advisories, which we are working hard on and will continue to. It means continue to respect Indigenous languages and Indigenous culture and fight systemic racism right across the country and do it at all orders of government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Minister re-announced funding from 2 years ago. No new plan, no new resources, lack of a feeling of urgency. Canadians want to know what the government will change. Once again, will the Prime Minister commit to responding to the calls to action 71 to 76 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission before Canada Day? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservative Party, we have accepted all of the recommendations made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We will continue to work in cooperation with Indigenous communities to find their lost loved ones and taking into consideration their culture. In 2019, we had invested $33.8 million in this effort, and we opened dialogue with Indigenous communities affected by Indian residential schools to find ways forward for them. They will continue to be at the heart of everything that we do. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 17 days ago, the current member for Laurier Sainte Marie welcomed my proposal to restrict debate with regard to the Act to amend the Broadcasting Act. The goal is to pass the bill before the end of the session in order to protect this content and creation on French content. Instead, the Prime Minister prefers to quarrel with the Conservatives, perhaps to ensure that C10 is rejected and it won't be his fault. Are the Liberals serious when they say they want to protect Canadian and Quebec artists and Francophones, among others? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the cultural sector and artists know full well that this government has always and will always be there for them and with them in order to support them, yes, in these difficult times during the pandemic, but also in an increasingly digitized world. We condemn the games the Conservatives are playing in committee to block the bill, and we will continue to move forward with the bill, which will ensure the protection of our culture across the country, and we hope to pass the bill by the end of the session. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Oh, light of hope. Last week, the Prime Minister multiplied statements to recognize once and for all the Quebec nation unconditionally and as a nation whose only official language and common language is French. However, his attachment to French and Quebec has to have meaning that we walk the talk. So C10 is a measure that would also allow us to protect and promote French creators who are creating in French, the performers who are performing and singing in French. Does he not believe it's his duty to do everything possible? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I want to thank the Bloc Québécois leader for recognizing the extent to which protection of the language is important for the Liberal Party and the government. And that is effectively what is in C10. There are also measures to protect culture, the French culture and French language and French expression in the artistic sector. That is exactly one of the reasons why we are working hard in order to move this bill forward, and we obviously condemn the fact that the Conservatives continue to block the bill. We will work with everybody in the House in order to get through this. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The discovery of 215 Indigenous children at a former residential school has shocked the nation. It's another example of clear proof of the genocidal actions of Canada. But it's a moment where we need to move beyond condolences to clear action. How can this Prime Minister take reconciliation seriously when he is sending his lawyers to fight Indigenous kids in court? In fact, the next date is in 2 weeks. So my question directly to the Prime Minister, will he call off his lawyers? Will he stop fighting Indigenous kids in court?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said many, many times, every single survivor deserves compensation. That is something this government is committed to, and we are working with communities, with families, with Indigenous leadership to move forward on the right way to get that support to them. And we also understand that on top of just compensation and supports, we need to end the problem. We need to create institutions and supports and culturally informed ways of moving forward to support these kids now and into the future.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
La découverte.
The discovery of 215 Indigenous children at a former Indian residential school upset the country. It's yet another proof of the genocidal actions of Canada. We need concrete actions now. How can the Prime Minister take reconciliation seriously when he continues to take Indian residential school survivors to court? So my question is this: will he stop taking Indian residential school survivors to court? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the entire country is dealing with this very difficult tragedy represented by the deaths of these children and the horrors of Indian residential schools. That is why we have recognized with beyond a shadow of a doubt that we must compensate children who were abused in our institutions. And the only issue is to work with the communities and families and leadership. We will do this in order to ensure not only that is compensation provided, but that we will dare to create institutional change to improve the lives of these children.
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the government has failed to protect national security. It granted a scientist from China's military, Fei Yuyan of the People's Liberation Army, access to its Level 4 Winnipeg lab, where the world's most dangerous viruses and pathogens are handled. How did this individual get access to the lab, and will the Prime Minister ensure that no scientist from China's military is granted access again in the future?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take very seriously the responsibilities around national security, which is why we work very closely with national security organizations like CSIS and the Communications Security Establishment to ensure that people are protected and that people who have the proper security clearances are the right people indeed. I cannot comment specifically on these individuals in question, but I can assure you that every step of the way this government has and always will take national security with utmost importance.
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the government has failed to comply with 2 orders from committee asking for the production of documents related to this matter. Orders that he himself supported while he was in opposition that he now opposes. The Prime Minister is accountable to this House. He came to office promising greater democratic oversight, promising open and accountable government. When will he respect this House and its committees and deliver the documents we are asking for related to these national security breaches at the Winnipeg lab?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I find that a little rich, Mr. Speaker, coming from a member of the former government that refused to bring in national security oversight with a committee of parliamentarians, which is exactly what we did. That wasn't there when I was in opposition under a Conservative government. That's why we brought in the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians that has the security clearances, that is able to look into issues of the highest delicacy, of the highest national security. There are 2 outstanding members on that committee from the Conservative Party, and we certainly hope that all parliamentarians will be able to look into these matters.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the National Security and Intelligence Committee is accountable to the Prime Minister, not the other way around. He appoints the members of that committee, and they serve at his pleasure. He can block information to the committee, block its reports. When will the Prime Minister be accountable to this House and deliver the documents that we have been asking for? And when will he commit to cooperate with the U.S. investigation about the origins of the coronavirus that President Biden has ordered last week and ensure that government scientists in Winnipeg and their documents, including lab notes, are made available to U.S. investigators?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
We can all agree that national security issues should be dealt with by parliamentarians through the appropriate venue. This is exactly the kind of thing that the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians was created for. They should examine these issues. We created NSI COP to allow for proper scrutiny of national security issues by parliamentarians from all parties. In regards to the Biden government's announcement on investigations, we will, of course, completely support them. It's important to get the truth of the matter.
The honourable member for Laurie Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize on this side of the House that asking questions about Communist China and the pandemic is quite unfortunate, but it is essential. When we asked questions to the Prime Minister last week on this, the Prime Minister called us racist. It's beneath a Prime Minister to act like that. The next day, the President of the United States launched an investigation by his intelligence services into the origins of the pandemic, and he said, and I quote, as part of that report, I have asked for areas of further inquiry that may be required, including specific questions for China. Does the Prime Minister believe that the President is racist for asking questions about China? Is Biden a racist? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have asked for better answers from the international community and from China on the origins of this pandemic. We are working with our allies. We are working with the United States. We will continue to demand that the World Health Organization continues to investigate further to really understand what has happened, who is responsible, and how we can, above all, prevent this from happening in the future. We will always be there to ask those difficult questions. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. That's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister responds to difficult questions, but essential ones concerned what happened at the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg. A researcher with ties to the Chinese military got a security clearance and worked in the lab. Deadly viruses were sent from Winnipeg to Wuhan in Communist China. After this shipment, 2 researchers who worked in Winnipeg were escorted out of the lab by the RCMP. Is the Prime Minister prepared to get to the bottom of the issue? It's essential for our national security, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we've already said, these 2 individuals are no longer working at the Public Health Agency of Canada. We cannot make a comment due to privacy concerns and our obligations, but parliamentarians must be able to do a follow-up and ask questions, even on questions that are quite sensitive when it comes to national security. That is why we created a special committee of parliamentarians that will have and has the ability to look at all of the elements, including the most sensitive issues. I recommend the member use that committee of parliamentarians in order to do a follow-up. That is what it's for. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. It's interesting to see that the Prime Minister is saying we can't talk about it because the 2 individuals lost their jobs in Winnipeg, but that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're asking the questions. We want to know why these people were escorted out by the RCMP when they left. Mr. Speaker, these are sensitive but essential questions. Once again, can the Prime Minister at least commit to, in the future, no one with any ties to the Communist Party or the Chinese military will have the level 4 security clearance? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We are all in agreement to say that parliamentarians should be able to debate issues of national security where it is appropriate to do so. That is exactly why the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, the NSI COP, was created. It should be able to look at this issue. We have created the committee so parliamentarians from all parties can examine issues of national security, including 2 excellent members of the Conservative Party of Canada who are doing important work on that committee. Thank you. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, everybody in Quebec was disgusted to learn that the gluttons in Air Canada gave themselves $20 million in bonuses while the company was depending on public funds to survive. They needed $6 billion to survive, but they didn't deserve getting a bonus paid by taxpayers. Yesterday, I asked the government to take action. The Quebecers won't accept this, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister retain the amounts for Air Canada until those gluttons have paid the money back? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all know that this crisis has hard hit workers in the airline sector. We are there to support them. We signed an agreement with Air Canada that, among other things, limited bonuses and share purchases of executives. But even when they were negotiating those contracts with us, they were giving out huge bonuses to their senior officials. That was unacceptable. I hope that Air Canada will explain their decision and their reasoning to Canadians who are shocked by the choices that Air Canada has made. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the government said in October that it would support Air Canada. But the first thing that the grifters at Air Canada decided to do was to pay themselves $20 million, knowing that they would get repaid with taxpayers' money. What were they doing at the same time? They were laying off 20,000 workers and refusing to pay back consumers for the airline tickets they had purchased. The government let them do it. Great champions. What will the Prime Minister do today to ensure that these grifters pay back the $20 million? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand full well the lack of ability to understand and the shock of Canadians with regard to this news that senior executives at Air Canada have an explanation to give to Canadians, while many workers, in fact, were being laid off, while people who were working, be it on the planes, mechanics, had to go through difficult experience, as the executives were giving themselves such great bonuses, and we all are waiting for Air Canada to explain itself.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Today, the Canada-China Committee received more illegally redacted documents from this government. They also got a letter from the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada that included the government talking points. Canadians don't want talking points. They deserve answers. Why are they getting more black ink and more whiteout from this government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that parliamentarians deserve to be able to look into all sorts of different facets of what the government does, including and particularly around issues of national security. When I was in opposition, Mr. Speaker, we weren't able to do that because the Conservative government had a secretive approach that refused any sort of oversight, which is why we brought in the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians that would allow parliamentarians from all parties to get the kinds of clearances involved to be able to follow up. That is the right venue for that level of transparency, and we hope that parliamentarians will use it.
Well, member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Canadians send us here to get accountability from the government, and the Prime Minister is very careful in his words. That's a committee of parliamentarians, not a committee of Parliament. A committee of Parliament has legally ordered those documents that this government even saw fit to redact the lines for the media that were included in the package today. That's how far these Liberals will go to hide the truth from Canadians. So is the Prime Minister going to be voting today for the motion to have the documents handed over to the committee, or is he going to continue his cover-up?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, these issues have come up. They came up many times when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, because on issues of national security, there was very little accountability, there was no oversight, there was no transparency. So we created a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians on which seat members from all different parties who are given security clearances so that they can look into the most sensitive issues around national security. And they have done extraordinary jobs and put out many important reports. And that is exactly the way for all parties to get accountability and insight.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
It doesn't sound like openness by default like this government promised us. It sounds like the Prime Minister should be charging Stephen Harper rent for living inside his head for the last 6 years. The documents show that this government refuses to answer very simple questions. We know that Dr. Fei Hu Yan was a Chinese national associated with the Chinese military. We know the students that were escorted from the lab were also reported to be Chinese nationals. Why is it that the passport of the two scientists that were walked out all of a sudden a national security concern?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all understand that there are certain elements that confirm that are of a level of national security interest, and governments deal with those around the world all the time. What Canada has finally done since 2015 is equip itself with the same kinds of oversight by elected parliamentarians that other countries have long had. We looked at the ways that the UK and the US and others handle sensitive national security issues, and we created a national security organization, committee of parliamentarians to do just that. That is the oversight that we have provided.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Again, Speaker, allow me to educate the Prime Minister. The UK uses a committee of Parliament, not a committee made up of parliamentarians that reports only to the Prime Minister. Let me offer a quote from the Chief of Special Pathogens at the lab in Winnipeg. Quote, historically, it's also been easier to obtain material from us as opposed to US labs. Well, don't worry. He's only talking about why China would ask Canada for the Ebola virus. This government's approach to China from the beginning has been incredibly naive. Is all that black ink just covering up this government's biggest national security failure?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, issues of national security are of utmost importance to all Canadians, and that's why they elect parliamentarians to hold governments to account. But on the issues of national security, it is important that there be higher levels of clearance given to parliamentarians who can properly dig into it and ask all the right questions. That is why we move forward on creating a national security committee of parliamentarians so that they can do the excellent work that they have been doing over the past many years, including with outstanding representation from the Conservative Party of Canada on that committee.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Today, the United Nations is calling for investigations into the deaths of Indigenous students at residential schools. Maybe because the United Nations doesn't have confidence in this government because of their lack of action. In over 6 years of being in government, this Prime Minister has only implemented a fraction of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Maybe if this Prime Minister wasn't so busy fighting Indigenous kids in court and fighting Indigenous survivors of residential schools, he would have more time to fight, more time to implement the calls to action. When will the Prime Minister implement all 94 calls to action?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we accepted all the recommendations, all the calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and we have been working on moving forward on all of them, recognizing that a number of them are provincial's area of jurisdiction. One of them is for the Vatican to do, but we have been moving forward in a strong way in partnership with Indigenous peoples on getting these things done. It obviously takes time. I am impatient. Indigenous communities are impatient, but we are working together to get them done right, and we will continue to. Canada needs to recognize the past. We need to act now to protect the future.
The member for Burnaby South.
6 years and a fraction of the calls to action being done is not moving forward in a strong way. There's been 2 years since the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry recommended calls for justice, put forward calls for justice. And the plan, there is no national plan to implement those. It's so bad that the Native Women's Association of Canada says we're going to have to come up with our own plan because they've cited that the Liberal government's approach has been toxic and dysfunctional. How can the Prime Minister claim to take reconciliation seriously when he continues to fail Indigenous women and girls?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we took office in 2015, we launched the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls after many years of inaction by all different stripes of government. This is something that we've been committed to and something we continue to work with as we stand with survivors and families of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and LGBTQIA people. In response to the first ever national public inquiry into this ongoing tragedy, we're working with provinces, territories, and Indigenous leaders, survivors, and families to ensure that Indigenous women, girls are safe. We will continue to do that work in partnership with them.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, it's 2021, and yet there are still those who would debate a woman's right to choose what happens to her own body. Today, we'll be voting on a Conservative MP's bill, C-233, that is yet another attempt to police women's bodies, an attack on women's autonomy over our bodies by the Conservatives. Canadian women need to know. Will the Prime Minister stand against Bill C-233 and stand up for women's rights across our country?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, for her question and for her leadership of the Liberal Women's Caucus. Let me be clear. Women and women alone have the right to make decisions about their own bodies. It is disappointing, but not surprising, to see Conservative politicians try to open this debate once again for the 7th time since 2007. Our government will always defend a woman's right to choose. The Liberal caucus will be voting against this harmful attack on women's rights, and I encourage all parties to do the same.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Justice Fish's report on this Liberal government's failure to protect our women and men in uniform was scathing and to the point. He said sexual misconduct in Canada's military is rampant in 2021 as in 2015. This is a direct result of the Defence Minister's failure to follow the Prime Minister's 2015 mandate letter directing him to implement the recommendations of the Deschamps report. Why did the Prime Minister ignore the Deschamps report instead of standing up for victims in the Canadian Armed Forces?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We know that our institutions are not living up to the needs of those who've experienced misconduct, including our military justice system. We've taken concrete actions to address this. We named Lieutenant General Jenny Carignan as the Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture. We appointed Louise Arbour to conduct an independent review of the treatment of sexual misconduct, and we will be immediately implementing dozens of recommendations from Maurice Fish's review of the military justice system. These are just some of the first steps. We know there is much more to do.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
More Liberal dithering and delaying. Justice Fish's report yesterday and Justice Deschamps' report in 2015 clearly stated the Sexual Misconduct Response Centre had to be independent and outside national defence. After 5 years and 2 reports, the Liberal government now wants to rag the puck and wait for a third opinion from a third retired Supreme Court justice. Our soldiers, sailors, and aviators have been calling on this government for results, not more reports. The Prime Minister's cover-up on sexual misconduct by our top generals has gotten so bad, his Liberal MPs are now obstructing the Defence Committee to stop its investigation. What is the Prime Minister trying to hide?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, as I have been from the very beginning. Every woman or man who serves in our armed forces or works anywhere across the country deserves a safe work environment and deserves to be supported with the proper resources if they ever need to come forward to report misconduct or misbehavior. This is something that we have made significant progress on over the years, but as we've seen recently, there is so much more to do. That is why we have taken strong steps to continue to move forward to make sure that we transform the culture of our military and demonstrate proper support for all who serve.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
All talk, no action. Justice Fish explicitly calls on this government to implement the Victims' Bill of Rights provisions in Bill C-77, a bill that was passed by this Parliament 2 years ago this month and still hasn't been brought into force. He states that until those victim rights are put in place, sexual assault should not be investigated or prosecuted under the National Defence Act. Why has the Prime Minister dragged his feet for years and failed to implement the rights for victims of sexual assault so they can finally get justice in our armed forces?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of years, we have taken significant steps to improve the support for women and men in our military coming forward with allegations of misconduct. But we know there is much more to do. That is why we thank Justice Fish for his report, and we'll be moving forward immediately on a number of those recommendations, but why we have also tasked both Lieutenant General Carignan to be able to be there to support right now anyone who has issues, while at the same time we move forward with actions by Justice Arbour to ensure we're changing the culture for good.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that report will just collect dust on the Prime Minister's desk like the last report. Justice Fish's explosive report states that only 25% of regular force members who were victims of sexual assault stated someone in authority found out about the crime, and 57% said no one in authority was even aware. The morale of our women and men in uniform is at an all-time low, and their trust in reporting sexual assault to the military is abysmal. The Prime Minister's fake feminist credentials are on trial. Will the Prime Minister immediately implement the Military Victims Bill of Rights and make the Sexual Misconduct Reporting Centre truly independent?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is why we move forward immediately with appointing Lieutenant General Carignan to be able to be someone that people can turn to in the military to start to change right away. But we know that to change the culture of the military that has far too long tolerated misogyny and sexual harassment and abuse, we need to go deeper than that. That is why the work that Justice Arbour is doing will be that transformative element necessary to change our military for the better and support the women and men who serve.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
Monsieur le Président, lundi...
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Minister of Justice apparently had technical problems and couldn't answer my questions about his generous donor's appointment to the Superior Court, which he had announced on Twitter. Today, I would therefore ask the Prime Minister if he will apologize for his minister and commit to ensuring that funding the Liberal Party is no longer nor will ever be a criteria for judicial appointments. Will he clearly commit to that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. That is not at all a criterion, Mr. Speaker. We've made significant reforms to the process in 2006 in order to address the gaps in the process. We've reinforced the role of advisory committees, which are independent when it comes to appointments to the bench, and we've implemented a more rigorous, open, and responsible process that better reflects diversity. Our appointments are merit-based. They're also based on the expertise required and the expertise of each candidate. We've appointed highly qualified candidates and of various political affiliations. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. The process is not independent, and it won't ever be as long as the Prime Minister's office and his ministers get involved. It reminds us that his supposedly independent process is such that out of 6 judges appointed in New Brunswick in 2019, 5 were close to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. 3 of them had donated to him personally, including the wife of his brother-in-law and his neighbour. Mr. Speaker, that's called cronyism, and it's become systemic. Will the Prime Minister finally make the judicial appointment process impartial, or is he going to continue to defend cronyism? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when we came to power in 2015, we set up a more rigorous, open, responsible system that better reflects Canada's diversity for appointing judges of high caliber to our institutions. Appointments are always merit-based. They're also based on the needs of various benches as well as on the expertise of various candidates. We're proud of those who have been appointed since the implementation of our system, who come from various backgrounds and various political affiliations. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-10, the Liberals are attacking freedom of expression and net neutrality. On Monday, Liberal committee members voted against our motion to protect Canadians' freedom on social media. Can the Prime Minister tell us why he's so determined to give the CRTC more power to regulate the web, and in so doing, to attack the freedom of expression of thousands of Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're all disappointed but not surprised to see the Conservatives attack the cultural sector yet again. Justice Canada's analysis confirmed that C-10 is in line with freedom of expression, which is protected by the Charter. Bill C-10 is intended to harmonize the rules for Canadian content creators and web giants and require the most powerful foreign broadcasters to provide information on their income, to contribute financially to Canadian stories and content, and to allow different audiences to discover our culture. It does not attack freedom of expression. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, this is what officials said. They clearly indicated that the removal of Section 4.1 allowed the CRTC to legislate content on social media, training applications, video games, websites, and even audiobooks. Former CRTC officials have called this a serious mistake. Experts in the field have denounced the Liberal attempt to attack net neutrality. Thousands of Canadians have stood up to oppose this Liberal government takeover. Why won't the Prime Minister listen to good old common sense? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The question is, why are the Conservatives continuing to attack the cultural sector and content creators and our artists and our musicians? It's inexplicable. These artists not only contribute to our identity and to our pride, they contribute a great deal to our economy. In a world that is ever more digital, web giants aren't doing their share to support content creators in Canada. That is why the cultural sector supports our bill, and we are going to go forward. We hope that the Conservatives will stop blocking the help that's necessary for the cultural sector. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, it's depressing to hear the Prime Minister. The reality is that he demonstrates that he's against net neutrality. He's attacking freedom of expression of Canadians on social media and is seeking by all means to give more power to the CRTC. If he were sincere in his will to help artists across the country, he would have accepted our amendment on Monday. Is he the only person responsible for the failure of C-10? The Prime Minister, with his Minister of Heritage, are insisting on this. Why do they continue to head down this path? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we hope the Conservatives will be more constructive at committee and not obstruct it as they are currently doing. Many stakeholders from creative industries have offered their complete support to this bill. We're going to continue to go forward on their behalf. When it comes to net neutrality, Bill C-10 intends to promote music, stories, and creative works of Canadians and does not impugn on the provision of internet services and does not impugn on net neutrality. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, I was pleased to join the Minister of Small Business to launch the Black Entrepreneurship Loan Fund. This is unique. That means that Black business owners and entrepreneurs can access loans up to $250,000 to start, grow, and expand their businesses. Can the Prime Minister explain how this fund fits into our government's approach to empowering Black entrepreneurs and business owners? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Bourassa for his work to combat systemic racism. The Loan Fund is just one of the 3 pillars of the Black Entrepreneurship Program that we launched last fall. Since then, we've contributed $400 million to this program to support the success of Black entrepreneurs and business owners across Canada. We recognize that systemic racism is also present in the business world, and the launch of the Loan Fund is a step towards meaningful long-term change.
Member for Lethbridge.
With Bill C-10, the government will promote and demote content based on its level of Canadianness. Now, last week I asked the Prime Minister if he thought the film Ultimate Gretzky fit within this category of Canadian. He seemed to think so, and of course, most Canadians would also think so. I mean, after all, it's a film about a famous Canadian. It's largely filmed in Canada. But surprisingly, no, it's not. It's not Canadian. Does it make the cut? Odd. So, under Bill C-10, what exactly will make the cut, Mr. Prime Minister?
I just want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the Speaker, not directly to each other. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-10 aims to level the playing field between creators and web giants. It requires big, powerful foreign streamers to provide information on their revenues in Canada, financially contribute to Canadian stories and music, and make it easier for individuals to discover our culture. That is part of what this government has always stood for, to defend Canadian creators, to defend Canadian content, to promote it the same way Canada has for decades, ensuring that there is a Canadian proportion on radio shows, on TV networks. It's something we've always done to protect Canadians and culture, and we will continue to.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
It's clear the Prime Minister just has zero clue as to what is in this bill and the consequences that it will have for creators in Canada. That's right. Let's just try another one. Again, we're just having fun here. Canadian Bacon, it's a movie featuring all things Canada, stars our very own John Candy, a famous actor from Canada. Just curious, does the Prime Minister think that Canadian Bacon makes the cut?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I remember well that movie filled with quite horrible stereotypes about Canadians and Americans, and I won't pronounce on it because, you know what? We have a CRTC and we have a system that has established very clear rules in order to protect Canadian content, Canadian creators. Over the years, many artists have been able to succeed because Canadian radio plays a percentage of Canadian music, because Canadian networks have to put forward Canadian shows. It's something we've done to create a Canadian media and content creator industry in this country. We will continue to do that even into a more digital era.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
I'm not sure that it gets easier than this. I mean, I'm just asking some simple Canadian cultural questions to a Prime Minister who wants to protect Canadian culture. So I thought this was going to be pretty simple, but he's right. It's not considered Canadian content, which is interesting. Now, this is important because under Bill C-10, this government will instruct the CRTC to regulate what is Canadian and what is not, what makes the cut and what is out. Now, under the current stipulation, as we've explored, Ultimate Gretzky doesn't make it. Canadian Bacon doesn't count. So again, what is Canadian enough to make the cut under Bill C-10?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because now we're seeing the Conservatives go into an area where we've long suspected them of wanting to go. That idea that we shouldn't be supporting and protecting Canadian culture, that we shouldn't be ensuring that Canadian artists can succeed, particularly faced with the extraordinary weight of the American cultural industry. Canadians, certain Conservative Canadians are no doubt frustrated that Canadian radio stations always play about 1/3 Canadian content, that Canadian TV networks have to put forward Canadian content. It's something that has created and supported Canadian artists that Conservatives don't support.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, access to health care is a big issue in my community of Cape Breton-Canso, with many of my constituents having trouble getting access to a family doctor. As we know, COVID-19 has put additional pressure on healthcare systems across this country, and the federal government has stepped up to keep Canadians safe and healthy in these challenging times. Mr. Speaker, my constituents want to know that their government has their back. Can the Prime Minister update us on how the federal government is supporting healthcare in Nova Scotia.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for Cape Breton-Canso for this important question and for his tremendous work for Canadians at the Health Committee. Every Canadian should be able to rely and have access to our healthcare systems no matter where they live. We provided $290 million to Nova Scotia through the Safe Restart Agreement, and this year, Nova Scotia will receive over $1.1 billion through the Canada Health Transfer. We will keep working with Nova Scotia and other partners to keep Canadians safe and healthy during COVID-19 and beyond. We made a promise we'd have Canadians' backs, and that's exactly what we've done.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The horrible discovery of 215 Indigenous kids demands action. That's what our Opposition Day motion lays out. So I'm asking the Prime Minister, will he support this motion, which lays out, one, that he stop taking Indigenous kids and residential school survivors to court. Two, that he implement all 94 calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. That he support the residential school survivors with supports that they need, and make sure that a table of progress report is put forward so that we know that progress is being made. Will the Prime Minister support our motion, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we first came into office, we accepted all the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which is something that the Conservatives and the NDP criticized us heartily for. We have moved forward consistently on delivering on those. We have moved forward on funding new schools, new health systems, in settling land claims, in moving forward on self-government agreements, on ending boil water advisories. But with all that we've done, we know there is so much more to do, and we look forward to working with all parliamentarians to continue to deliver as we walk towards reconciliation together.
And I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Nous avons un rappel au...
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister to correct his remarks. He repeatedly said earlier that all the parties on the National Security were represented on the National Security Committee. That's an error. The Bloc Québécois is not on that committee. We've asked to be on it. There's a seat available. I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. I believe he's continuing a debate from question period, but that is over. I'm just saying that what he said wasn't true, and can he correct his mistake?
Un moment.
Just a moment.
Okay, no, je veux seulement...
No, I'd just like to say that the Honourable Member can ask a question next time in question period. It's not a point of order. It's debate, really, instead. It being, does the Honourable Member have another point of order? No? Okay. It being 3:18, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-237 under private members' business.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Garrettson, move that Bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly vote in favor of Bill C-237.
Ms. Sidhu-Brantford South, yea pour.
Nous procéderons maintenant.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui
All those at my left in favor of the motion will rise.
Sepp.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Duncan Starmont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Starmont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Those who were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Callaway.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm just looking to confirm that my vote was received. I vote yes.
It was received and confirmed. Thank you. Mr. Sangha.
I vote in favor, Mr. President.
Mr. Sangha, yea, pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 330, 330. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill.
Very good. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-233 under private members' business.
The question is the following one.
Mrs. Wagenthal, seconded by Mr. Falk-Provencher, moved that Bill C-233, an act to amend the criminal code, sex-selective abortion, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
We'll now proceed. Oops. Good. We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Ms. Rempel Gardner.
Que tous ceux...
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Senga. Mr. Senga? Mr. Senga, you're on mute.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Senga, nay, contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 82, 82. Nays contre 248, 248.
I declare the motion defeated. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recording division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-272 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
May Cambridge, seconded by Ms. Khalid, moved that Bill C-272, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, or repair, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science, and Technology. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
The sponsor of the item.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor of this bill.
Mr. May Cambridge, yea, pour.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Que tous ceux...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. My apologies, at my right. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members weren't able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Senga.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Senga, yea pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 330, 330. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Chong relating to the business of supply.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Chong, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that an order of the House to issue for the unredacted version of all documents produced by the Public Health Agency of Canada in response to the March 31st, 2021 and May 10th, 2021 orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations respecting the transfer of Ebola and Henipa virus to the Wuhan Institute of Virology in March 2019 and the subsequent revocation of security clearance for and termination of employment of Dr. Zhangguo Kui and Dr. Kering Cheng, provided that
A. These documents shall be deposited with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council in both official languages within 48 hours of the adoption of this order.
L'adoption du présent ordre. B. The Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council shall promptly thereafter notify the Speaker, who shall forthwith inform the House whether he is satisfied the documents were produced as ordered. C.
C. The Minister of Health shall be ordered to appear before the Special Committee for at least 3 hours at a dispense.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
La Chambre attendant.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
To vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Senga.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Senga, yea, pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 179, 179. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried. I just want to make sure everybody's on mute so everyone can hear what's coming up. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-204 under private members' business.
Députés. La question est la.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Shipley, moved that Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, final disposal of plastic waste, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Nous procéderons maintenant aux députés qui
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Verzen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui s'opposent.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si vous
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Senga.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, could you repeat, and maybe you might want to try your headset?
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
I think that was clear.
Mr. Senga, yea pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 179, 179. Nays contre 151, 151.
I declare the motion carried.
See. Okay, thank you. Did you want to take over now?
Orders of the day. No? Okay. Oh, sorry. There we go. Sorry. Okay. Tabling of documents.
Conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 28-2B, I have the honor to lay upon the table the House of Commons calendar for the year 2022.
I'd like to take a peek.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Ms. Gladue, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Governor-General's Act, Retiring Annuity and Other Benefits. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians were outraged when the former Governor-General left the office in disgrace and was able to collect a pension and benefits of more than $300,000. This bill would ensure
Apologies for interrupting the Honourable Member, but can you please lower your microphone, please? We're not hearing you very well. Please start again. We can't hear you. Now you're on mute.
I'm not actually on mute on my phone.
Please
Can you hear me now?
unplug and replug your headset, please. Yeah. Hearing you. We're still not hearing the Honourable Member.
Wow, the rest of them can hear me virtually.
Yes, now we are.
Very good. All right, Madam Speaker. Well, it's a pleasure to introduce my private member's bill. Canadians were outraged when the former Governor-General left the office in disgrace and was able to collect pension and benefits of over $300,000. This private member's bill would ensure that anyone who doesn't serve for their full 5-year term for reasons other than medical would not be entitled to those benefits. It's time to fix this, Madam Speaker. This private member's bill will do that.
Ms. Gladue, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions? Yeah. Mr. Genius, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Monday, April 12, 2021, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we are asking the House of Commons to agree to the following report from the Foreign Affairs Committee. That the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development strongly condemn the unacceptable sanctions imposed by the People's Republic of China against one of the committee's vice chairs, the Member of Parliament for Wellington Halton Hills, and the House of Commons Subcommittee on International Human Rights, which represents an affront to Canada's democracy and parliamentary system. As parliamentarians, we will continue to actively denounce human rights violations and breaches of international law in keeping with our respect for basic human rights, and that this motion be reported to the House. Madam Speaker, this motion had unanimous support at committee, and I am hopeful that this concurrence motion will have the unanimous support of the House. I will be sharing my time with the member for Wellington Halton Hills, a member who is himself substantively the subject of the motion. Now, I know that this member is a humble person who is much more interested in talking about principles and substantive issues than in talking about himself. But I do think it is important to start this speech by acknowledging the principled leadership shown by this member that has led to him being sanctioned by a foreign state. The member for Wellington Halton Hills has been a member of this House for over 15 years. In that time, he has been totally fearless in taking positions which reflect deeply held convictions, regardless of the consequences. He has always done so graciously and without malice. From time to time, he took principled positions which were different from those taken by his government. I myself was around the same time when he was undertaking these efforts, serving as one of those kids in short pants in Stephen Harper's PMO. And I think it's fair to say that even when we were on different sides of an issue, all staff always maintained deep admiration for the intensity, thoughtfulness, and seriousness of this member.
In particular, the passage of the Reform Act was a watershed moment for our parliamentary democracy in the effort to reverse the tide of ever-increasing centralization of control in the Prime Minister's office. Although it doesn't seem to be being followed in the caucuses of all parties, the Reform Act is having a profound impact as party caucuses can now opt to take on the power to elect their own leader, elect their own caucus chair, and control their membership. This is a credit to the member for Wellington Halton Hills. One common thread in this member's career is clearly a consistent and relentless fight for democratic values. But whatever challenges and entrenched interests that this member has taken on in the past, his leadership today, within our caucus, within this parliament, and globally in the fight against the Chinese Communist Party, is a fight of such defining importance that it outshines all of the battles of the past. The world is at a critical point in the battle between authoritarianism and democracy. Because those on the one hand who see the individual as a mere extension of the materialist political order, and those who believe that society exists to serve individuals who have inherent and immutable value and dignity. And in this struggle, the Chinese Communist Party has identified the member for Wellington Halton Hills as a globally significant enemy of authoritarian values and a globally significant defender of democratic values. I can think of no greater recognition of an individual's commitment to democratic values than having been directly singled out by the Chinese Communist Party. So congratulations. We appreciate the government's support for this motion, but it must also be acknowledged that it was a member of the official opposition, not a member or minister within the government, who was recognized in this way for global leadership in defense of democratic values. I look forward to the day when that kind of leadership being exercised from the opposition benches can be exercised from the government side, when this same member has all of the tools and opportunities of government to continue his important work. Then it will truly be possible to say that Canada is back on the world stage. Just as Conservatives under Brian Mulroney led Canada in the global fight against apartheid, Conservatives today are ready to lead the world in the fight for justice, for human rights, and for democratic values. Mr. Speaker, the most important lesson from the fact that sanctions have been imposed on the member for Wellington Halton Hills is that the work he is doing is having a profound impact. When it comes to our work on human rights in this place, there can sometimes be a certain cynicism. Does it really matter? Does anyone really see or notice what we do or say in this place? But these sanctions prove the cynics wrong. They prove that it does matter. They prove that when we choose to take a stand, the Chinese Communist Party feels the pain and feels the need to retaliate. The stands that we take in this place have an impact on what happens in China on the global tenor of the discussion. Now, the immediate trigger of these sanctions was a motion put forward by the member for Wellington Halton Hills to recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China are subject to an ongoing genocide. Conservatives put forward this motion. All members who voted for it, although the Prime Minister and his cabinet and many other Liberals sadly abstained. And just as the leadership of some members, the votes of all members, but the abstentions of the cabinet were noticed here in Canada, they were noticed and seen around the world. And it is tragic that the government failed to join the House of Commons in taking this critical step. The fact is, as we speak, the world is seeing the largest mass detention of a minority community since the Holocaust. A genocide that involves putting people in concentration camps, that involves forced sterilization, forced abortion, forced insertion of IUDs, systematic sexual violence, and organ harvesting. These are horrors that we were supposed to never see again. And yet the world has failed to deliver on the promise of never again when the world's most populous nation and second largest economy is seeing a genocide, deploying the most sophisticated technology to destroy an entire people group. In the face of these events, Parliament had a moral obligation to act, Madam Speaker. And I'm so glad that Parliament did act. Canada was the first country to have a parliamentary resolution adopted recognizing the Uyghur genocide. Parliaments of the Netherlands, Great Britain, and Lithuania have followed. More actions are taken, more resolutions are expected in other states. But the leadership of the Canadian Parliament touched off a global response, which is continuing to gather momentum. 2 U.S. administrations have also recognized this genocide, and many other countries are stepping up with new various measures to counter and deter these horrific abuses. New legislations are being passed around the world. New policies are being proposed to confront these abuses. Game changers in terms of standing up for fundamental human rights and countering the actions of the CCP. New bills are being proposed to prevent the importation of products made from slave labor, such as the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in the United States. New sanctions regimes, new efforts to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking, and new international mechanisms and agreements for calling out the Chinese state for their abuses. What we have seen again is that the democratic world can be a sleeping giant, sometimes slower to mobilize, but fierce when wakened. And it is no exaggeration to say that the passing of the genocide recognition motion by this House has played a critical role in awakening the conscience of the democratic world and in inspiring a stronger global response. It has not been one member alone. Parliament as an institution has found its voice, speaking over and ahead of the government. This has been a powerful victory. For those seeking justice, for human rights, yes, but also a victory for Parliament. When it comes to responding to the Chinese Communist Party, while Canada's government has failed to lead, Canada's Parliament has stepped up to lead instead, and indeed Canada's Parliament has led the world. But still, in the final moments of my speech, Madam Speaker, I would like to call on the government to do more. Voting for this motion, recognizing and standing in solidarity with those who have been sanctioned, yes, but more importantly, we must stand in solidarity with the victims, the people who we have sought to represent in this ongoing advocacy. We need genocide recognition by the Government of Canada. We need stronger legislation and policy around supply chains to prevent the importation of products made by Uyghur slave labor and other slave labor. We need to pass legislation to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. We need to impose sanctions targeting those involved in gross violations of human rights in East Turkestan, also in Hong Kong, in other parts of the People's Republic of China. This government has continually been reluctant to use Magnitsky sanctions, and that is a tool that Parliament has given to the government, but the government must choose to use. We need to support the immigration of vulnerable Uyghur refugees. And we need to do more to combat foreign state-backed interference and support victims of foreign state-backed interference. Madam Speaker, for democratic values to endure, we need leaders who are willing to stand up, to face down the critics, and do what is right no matter what the cost. The member for Wellington Halton Hills is one such person, and we need to see leadership, finally, from the government benches in this critical fight for democratic values. Madam Speaker, Canadians have found their voice. Parliament has found its voice. It's time for the government to find its voice. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm down for presenting petitions, not to speak on this issue.
Okay. The honourable member for West River, for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's always a privilege to stand in the House of Commons and represent the good people of Peace River, Westlock. It's springtime and the crops are all coming up nicely. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech here in this concurrent speech, bringing the plight of the Uyghur people to the world's attention has been an important aspect of this, and I want to thank him for that as well. What are some of the things that Canada can do to increasingly bring more action to this? When we say never again, we mean never again, and what do we need to do now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. Since I know the member for Peace River Westlock has been particularly active on the issue of human trafficking, both domestically and internationally, let me focus my response to his question on one particular point, and that is recognizing the way in which slave labor, targeting Uyghurs, forced labor, is impacting Canadian supply chains. There are products that are being produced in East Turkestan or Xinjiang that are very likely being imported into Canada. Now, the government, under pressure to take some action, announced some new policies last year, but they were very weak. They included, for instance, ensuring that businesses are being told about these issues. Well, if businesses are operating in this part of China and they're unaware of these issues, then they're being willfully blind because this has been all over the news. People should already be aware. The government put in place, theoretically, mechanisms that could stop importation of slave-made products, but there are no effective review or enforcement mechanisms. And in fact, as far as we know, not a single shipment of products has been stopped since these new policies are put in place. So the policies are not working. And I would support implementing something like what the United States has done with the bipartisan Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which creates a presumption that slave labor is involved in the case of...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, you know, the member from Sherwood Park is very much familiar with the fact that here we are in the month of June, and there's a limited amount of time in order for the government to deal with legislation. The concurrence report that the member is bringing forward is yet another attempt by the Conservative Party, the official opposition, to cause frustration of legislation or to play that destructive force inside the legislative chamber. My question to the member is, if this issue is so very important to the Conservative Party, why wouldn't they bring it up in the form of a day of a motion coming from the official opposition? Why do they choose to continue to play the games on the floor of the House of Commons to prevent legislation from passing?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, what an utterly ridiculous question for the member for Winnipeg North, who doesn't think that the global defense of democratic values is something worth debating in this place. Let me tell him something. He wishes we had brought this topic forward as an opposition day. Perhaps we could have brought it forward as an opposition day yesterday if the government had willingly provided documents that a parliamentary committee had requested with respect to the infiltration or the possible infiltration of Chinese government activity in Canadian labs. The government's lack of respect and regard for democratic values requires us to continually bring these issues up, yesterday and today, and if necessary, tomorrow, because the defense of democratic values is critically important. There is no more important issue to be bringing forward today. And if the government was prepared to work with us, we would be able to accomplish so much more.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député du Lac-Saint-Jean.
Thank you. I want to highlight the passion and the work of my colleague on the Uyghur file. We worked together on the subcommittee, and I want to congratulate him, and I want to highlight his passion and his commitment to this file. Second thing, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Leader of the Government criticized him for holding this discussion in the House when the entire executive, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Prime Minister refused to support the motion for Halton Hills. Do the Liberals think that a vote from a backbench MP is less important than a vote from the executive of their government?
Report for Saskatchewan, 10 seconds.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the member, recognize his leadership in particular on the issue of the Olympics, and we've called on the government not to send government representatives to the Beijing Olympics if they proceed. We, of course, prefer relocation, but the government must take a stand and not send government representatives to attend an Olympics in a country where
Resuming debate. Apologies. Before resuming debate, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon on housing, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona on pharmacare, the Honourable Member for Fredericton on diversity and inclusion. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. China is trying to silence the truth abroad after having silenced it at home. Several months ago, I woke up to the news that China's government had sanctioned me, adding me to a list of officials in the United States, in Europe, and the United Kingdom who have been sanctioned simply for speaking against Beijing's genocide of its Uyghur Muslim minority, speaking against the crackdown in Hong Kong. The sanctions ban me and others who have been sanctioned from visiting China and prohibits China Chinese citizens and institutions from doing business with me. Having no plans to travel to China and having no business ties there, they will have no effect on me. Nevertheless, they should be taken seriously as an attempt to silence the growing criticism of the Chinese government's human rights record and its violations of international law. Since President Xi Jinping came to power in 2012, the Chinese government has become increasingly assertive in shutting down criticism. Increasing threats have accompanied this increasing assertiveness. Les actions de la Chine sont une menace au Canada.
China's actions are a threat in Canada.
Spaver have now been detained for over 2 years. Robert Schellenberg has been put on death row. The fates and whereabouts of Hussein Jalil is unknown. The Chinese government has arbitrarily banned the imports of products that target Canadian farmers. And Canada is not the only target of China's regime. From its growing intimidation of Taiwan to its recent border skirmishes with India and the unilateral extension of its boundaries into the South China Sea, the Chinese Communist Party is increasingly threatening its neighbors. And it is not only abroad where the Chinese government is challenging the rules-based international order. In its crackdown on Hong Kong, it is violating the Sino-British Joint Declaration of 1984 that guaranteed Hong Kong's autonomy for 50 years from 1997. In its mass detention and sterilization of the Uyghur Muslim minorities, it is violating the 1948 Genocide Convention, the very first international human rights treaty adopted at the United Nations. The abuse of other minorities continues with its treatment of Tibetans, practitioners of Falun Gong, and Christians. We must wake up to the reality in liberal democracies that in recent years, instead of improving their record on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, authoritarian governments have used their newfound prosperity to reinforce that authoritarianism. Here in Canada, CSIS has warned that state-sponsored espionage through 5G technologies and biotechnology threatens our national security and intellectual property regime. The government should advise Canadian universities against partnerships with Huawei, and it should issue a directive to the federal granting councils banning such partnerships. It's time that Canada joins our Five Eyes allies in banning Huawei from participating in our 5G telecommunications network. In 2016, this government joined the China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and so far has contributed $50 million of public money to that bank and is asking for another $49 million to contribute to that bank through the estimates. It's part of China's strategy to export its model of authoritarian governance throughout the Indo-Pacific region. It's why President Obama and Vice President Biden at the time, in 2016, asked the Canadian government not to join. Canada should suspend payments to the bank and withdraw. The Chinese government is intimidating Canadians here at home, particularly those in the Chinese community. Hong Kong pro-democracy activists and students on university campuses across the nation have been subject to threats. A robust plan is needed from this government to counter these intimidation operations, increase enforcement, and make it clear to China's diplomats accredited here in Canada, some several hundred of them, that any role in these intimidation operations here on Canadian soil is grounds to be declared persona non grata and expelled from this country. In China, there is evidence that Uyghurs in Xinjiang province are being forced to pick cotton and produce tomatoes through a coercive state-run system. The government needs to introduce new, effective measures to ban the importation of products from China that have been produced using forced labor. These gross violations of human rights and international law in the treatment of the Uyghur people, in the treatment of the people of Hong Kong, cannot go unanswered. If we do not work with our democratic allies to counter these violations, we will allow the Chinese Communist Party to export its model of authoritarianism and undermine the rules-based international order that has provided relative peace and security since 1945. Madame la Présidente, the sanctions imposed on me and others have brought us together. They have backfired. I've met with elected parliamentarians who've been sanctioned in the United Kingdom, the European Union, and members of national parliaments throughout Europe. The sanctions have brought us together and have brought us together in action. We are working more closely together now, because of these sanctions, to counter China's threats to liberal democracies. For example, recently, a European delegation meeting chaired by a member of the European Parliament, Mr. Reinhard Bütikofer, invited me and 12.5 members of the European Parliament, as well as members of national parliaments in the United Kingdom, Belgium, the Netherlands, Lithuania, and here in Canada, to talk about countering China's threats. We had a productive meeting, albeit, Madame la Présidente, it being European time, it was at 4 o'clock in the morning. But nevertheless, with copious amounts of coffee, we had a productive meeting and endeavored to work together. Out of these discussions has come action. On May 20th, the European Parliament overwhelmingly passed a motion freezing ratification of the European Union-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, a treaty concluded on December 30th of last year, and a treaty that is a signature effort of President Xi Jinping of China. Just several weeks ago, Australia canceled 2 Belt and Road initiatives of China because of China's threats to Australia. Madame la Présidente, that is the kind of action this House and this government should be taking in response to these sanctions and to the threats that China is posing to our citizens, our economy, and our values. Madam Speaker, the sanctions imposed on me and others are a clumsy effort by the People's Republic of China to silence the free speech and open debate at the heart of liberal democracies. They will work if we are silent. We cannot be silent. We cannot let the hard-won and hard-fought-for ideals that underpin our democracies, a belief in liberty and freedom, a belief in human rights, a belief in democratic institutions, and a belief in the rule of law. For if we are silent, we will let these hard-won and cherished beliefs be lost to a new ascendant model of authoritarianism, repression, and fear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Workridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And the member for Wellington-Halton Hills is modest and won't say it perhaps, so I will, that he is truly a champion of freedom and Canadian ideals of the rule of law, democracy, and pluralism. It is curious that the Chinese government singled out a member of the opposition as worthy of sanction for opposing the regime's authoritarianism, and rather than a member of this government. And I wonder if the member for Wellington-Halton Hills can comment further on the need for this government to do better in support of the Michaels who remain in prison, and to stand up for Canadian values.
Member for Wellington-Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question, for his work on this important issue. I think these sanctions are an opportunity for liberal democracies to work more closely together, for their governments to work more closely together, for their elected legislatures to work more closely together to counter these threats. I think the European Union Parliament's decision to freeze the investment treaty with China several weeks ago, I think the Australian government's decision several weeks ago to cancel 2 Belt and Road agreements with China are indicative of this. And I would encourage the government to use these sanctions as an opportunity to suspend payments to the China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and to withdraw Canada as a member from that bank.
Commentaires, questions or comments? The Honorable Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for Wellington Halton Hills for his efforts and for his commitment on this file. I also want to highlight the fact that his motion was voted on, and he accepted an amendment from the Bloc Québécois. He accepted it willingly. There's been a statement from the subcommittee in October saying that there was a genocide in Xinjiang. There was an open letter signed by all members and parties of this House requesting that the Olympics be relocated, a motion that was passed in the House of Commons along those same lines, indicating that there's a genocide happening in Xinjiang. Can my colleague tell me why the Prime Minister refuses to say that a genocide is happening over there? Thank you.
For Wellington Halton Hills.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like first to thank my colleague for his work on this very important issue. In my opinion, there's other action that the Canadian government could take to fight this threat from China, and this issue concerns genocide against Uyghurs, and this action with respect to the Olympics and Special Olympics in Beijing, the Winter Olympics. And the Canadian government, it's up to them to say now, publicly, that it will make a decision to not send a government official to the Olympics and Special Olympics, to send a message to China that it's absolutely unacceptable what's happening against the Uyghurs of China.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Wellington Halton Hills for his commitment on human rights. And I think this is an important debate that has been started today. What concerns me, Madam Speaker, frankly, is the reaction from the government. We heard from the member from Winnipeg North just a few minutes ago, seemed irritated about the discussion around human rights. We've certainly seen this with this government when we raise issues, for example, the export of Canadian military goods to Saudi Arabia and human rights violations there. The government seems perturbed, seems angered when human rights are issues that are front and center in the House of Commons. So I wanted to ask my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills, why does the government react this way on fundamental issues of human rights?
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from the NDP for that question. I think in answer to the question, I think there's a pattern with this government, and that is a big gap between its rhetoric on issues like democracy, the rule of law and human rights, and reality. This government came to office promising to make Canada a leader, for example, on foreign aid around the world. And the fact is that foreign aid has been cut by 10% relative to the average under the previous government. The government promised to do better on climate change, yet emissions have risen each and every year that this government has been in power, including for the most recent year for which data is available, which is the year 2019. And so too on human rights. The government has said it would do a better job on human rights, but its actions and its record says otherwise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today, I'm speaking as a member of Lac-Saint-Jean, as the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee of the International Human Rights Committee at the House of Commons, and also as the Vice Chair of the Canadian Uyghur Friendship Group. But I'm also, most importantly, speaking as a human who is concerned about other humans, regardless of who they are, regardless of where they live on our planet. It's important to know why we're having this debate today, despite what the government is saying or members of this government is saying, as they don't agree with this debate. The rest of the members of this House know why we're holding this debate and why it's important. There was a report from the Foreign Affairs Committee, and this report was tabled, and it's important to know what words were used in this report. because these terms will direct our actions going forward. So I'll read this report. It's not very long. It's barely a paragraph. That the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development firmly condemn the unacceptable sanctions imposed by China on the vice chairs of the committee, the members for Halton Hill, and the subcommittee of international rights of the House of Commons, and that this represent an affront to democracy and to our Canadian parliamentary system. And as parliamentarians, we will continue to denounce vigorously the human rights violations and the violations of human rights, international law, because human rights are fundamental rights. And I often say, who are we working for? You've heard me say this often, but also, why are we working? And in this current case today, we are working for human rights, international human rights. We're working for people who are experiencing a genocide. And the proof goes back to 2020 at the Human Rights Subcommittee. And we've seen across the planet, well, BBC has reported on this file, and now the BBC cannot broadcast in China. It's not a question as to whether there is a genocide, it's to whether we can prevent it. I will read the statement that was made by the subcommittee on October 21st, 2020. We had kind of not really paid attention to it at the time. The subcommittee condemns the persecution of Uyghurs by the Chinese government, and in light of the testimony that was heard during our meetings in 2019 and 2020, the committee is persuaded that the action by China is a genocide under the terms of the Genocide Convention. Madam Speaker, there are Liberal members who are on this committee, and as you know, the subcommittee doesn't work by voting. It works on a consensus. So all the members that were there on that committee agreed with that statement that was made. And there was even a press conference that was done afterwards. And the media somewhat ignored it. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind everyone about the recommendations that were made by that subcommittee and that were adopted by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs on March 12th, 2020. And I want to be certain that this House is aware of the recommendations that subcommittee made to this House of Commons. The first recommendation is, and it's important to listen, it's worth it, the subcommittee recommends that the Government of Canada, in cooperation with its international allies, condemn the use by the Chinese government of concentration camps to unduly retain Uyghurs and other Muslims. Second recommendation, the subcommittee recommends that Canada coordinate an international campaign to immediately free Uyghurs and other Muslims unjustly detained in these concentration camps. And third recommendation, the subcommittee recommends that Global Affairs, coordinate a concerted effort internationally to put pressure on the government of China so that they can send independent observers to Xinjiang to observe the situation of Uyghurs and other Muslims on that site. The fourth recommendation, the subcommittee recommends that Global Affairs Canada control imports to make sure that these products from forced labor are not sold in Canada, and another sanction should be imposed on companies that benefit from forced labor. Fifth recommendation, the subcommittee recommends that the Canadian government strengthen the mandate of the Canadian Ombudsman to send independent observers to force companies to produce documents and say that they have the necessary resources to investigate human rights violations. Sixth recommendation, the subcommittee recommends that the Minister of Justice create legislation to require companies to do due diligence on human rights and require them to respect international law on human rights, with respect to international supply chains and be held responsible for their activities. Seventh recommendation. The subcommittee recommend that GAC does an examination of the technology and exported from Canada to China and to see how they're sent to the final users of this country. And after this examination, the Government of Canada should implement measures to guarantee that individuals, companies, and public Canadian organizations do not provide information or technology that could be used to support fundamental human rights violations. Eighth recommendation. The subcommittee recommends that Security Canada, given the systematic harassment of Uyghurs and other Muslims in Canada and other groups that support them, that the Government of Canada impose sanctions to those who try to infringe on the right of expression in Canada. Ninth recommendation. The subcommittee recommends that Immigration and Refugee Canada use existing programs for refugees to create a special category to allow Uyghurs to come quicker to Canada, particularly those who need protection because they're escaping persecution in Xinjiang and elsewhere. We should suspend the sending of Uyghurs and Muslims to China, where they could be expulsed. 10th recommendation. The subcommittee recommends that GAC use all tools at its disposal to obtain the liberation to send a special envoyé and to favor their return. And finally, that the House of Commons adopt a motion to recognize the persecution of Uyghurs and other Muslims in Xinjiang by the Chinese government, and that it constitutes a genocide which was done without the support of the executive members of the government. And we declare that the pressure from China on Uyghurs and on other Muslims in Xinjiang does constitute a genocide, and thus the Government of Canada should also condemn the China for its systematic persecution of Uyghurs and others Muslims in Xinjiang, which was not done. Madam Speaker, Recommendation 13. The subcommittee recommend that the Government of Canada support the United Nations in its collecting of information on the persecution of Uyghurs and other Muslims in China in Xinjiang. Recommendation 14. The subcommittee recommend that the Government of Canada ask for the establishment of independent mechanisms to surveil human rights and the rights of Uyghurs and other Muslims in Xinjiang and report on them. Last recommendation, the subcommittee recommends that the Government of Canada impose under Canadian law those who commit serious human rights violations against Uyghurs. And we should also encourage other countries to impose similar sanctions. Madam Speaker, these words are very important. And yet, the government, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Prime Minister have said nothing. Radio silence. Every time we ask a question here in the House to these individuals, they answer. What do they say? That they're working on it and that the situation was worrisome. Well, it's good to be worried, Madam Speaker, but we have to go further than that. The Uyghurs this week, the Uyghurs themselves, will be holding a protest before the Canadian Olympic Committee locations to ask them to send them to a new location. And that is what the member of Halton Hills was asking for. And yet, still nothing. Radio silence. He's still just worried. We've started talking about it more broadly in the media, about the genocide of Uyghurs, when the idea of moving the Beijing Olympics in 2022 was discussed. And suddenly, the media decided to look at this file more broadly. And yet, The government always says that it won't say anything about that, but Liberal members who are not a part of the executive team did vote for that motion. And I was wondering if there was a backbencher in the Liberal Party. Well, is their vote less than a member of the executive in the Liberal Party? If the minister, the parliamentary secretary, and the prime minister decided to not give an opinion on this issue, what does that say to us as parliamentarians? That says that there's a lack of courage. It says there's a lack of political will. It also says, once again, that we're bowing down to China, to such a tyrannical regime that is currently in place in China. And the Uyghurs talk about this every day. My conservative colleagues, my NDP colleagues, and even my Liberal colleagues, those who are not on the executive team, of course, they're talking about it. And how come you look at yourself in the mirror, Madam Speaker, when you're part of that government, and you can't even call things what they are because if you want to deal with an issue, you first have to be able to name it. And right now, the Prime Minister is unable to name the problem. And we're not just talking about a small issue. We're talking about a genocide, Madam Speaker. A genocide. And that is the most serious crime that a human can do to another human. And right now, people are talking about it across the world. And right now, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs are unable to name or say the word genocide. Even the members of their own party are able to do so. So now, Madam Speaker, we have to wonder once again, why are we working and who are we working for? I didn't have a hard time looking myself in the mirror this morning. I am also on the blacklist that China has, and I couldn't care less because I don't have any plans to travel to China. But there are members who are also part of this House who are on this list and who have families in China. And they might like to go see people who are there. They're concerned for their families. And these members have stood up and have taken a risk. And they're able to look at themselves in the mirror. Once again, Madam Speaker, and I'm not sure how much time I have left, I'd like to say that we wrote an open letter. And I consider myself rather lucky because all the members of all the parties signed this letter, and also at the National Assembly in Quebec, a former Olympic medalist, Ms. Brossard, from Quebec, a Canadian athlete, signed this letter as well, asking to move the Olympic Games from Beijing if the Chinese genocide continues. People are saying, no, it's too crazy. You can't move the Olympics. But if there's political will, we can do anything. We created a vaccine. Scientists created a vaccine in very little time, even though everyone's saying it was impossible. All that our politicians are lacking are political will. And that could have been done if we're able to move the Tokyo Olympics by 1 year, because there was a pandemic, and everyone agreed with that. No one was asking questions about delaying the Tokyo Olympics. But it's normal to do so when there's a pandemic, they say. But when we're talking about the 2022 Olympics and we want to move it because there's a genocide and everyone's saying it's impossible, well, that doesn't make sense. Why can we do it for Tokyo and not for Beijing? We're not talking about a pandemic. We're talking about a genocide. Is that not important enough? I don't understand the logic behind that. People who are against that. I don't understand how people can get up in the morning saying that they're elected and who don't work for what's good. And what's good, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that we're fighting against tyrannical regimes and that we're protecting people that are subjected to those regimes. And personally, once again, I'd like to say I'm happy that I can look at myself in the mirror. I have no problem with my actions, but there are members across the aisle who will have to wonder that, and it's vital. How come we get involved in politics? That's exactly why. It's Yes, we have to make tough decisions, and this is one. Yes, it is tough. We know that it's China, and we know that it's a planetary force and a global powerhouse. And people say that there's economic interests and that international treaties are difficult and there's Huawei, etc. We all know that. But why do we get involved for things in politics? For things to be easy? No, we get involved to make tough decisions. So we have to make the right decisions. It's not because things are hard that they're not right. So the Prime Minister has to look at himself in the mirror, and that government has to look at itself in the mirror and decide yes or no. Well, they name the issue, and when they're able to do so, things will be much easier to tackle that issue. There's a genocide happening right now in Xinjiang against Uyghurs and against Muslims, Turkic Muslims, and the government needs to name it and to stand up and look at itself in the mirror. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
See, the Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change is rising on a point of order.
Yes, point of order, Madam Speaker. I am tabling the responses to order paper questions number 622 to 628. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague has worked on the issue of Canada's role in the Olympics and Paralympics in Beijing next winter. My question is, what does he think the government should do with the Olympics and Paralympics to send China a message on the issue of the Uyghur genocide?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think that he suggested something earlier that would be easy to do, to not send diplomatic personnel for the next Olympics and Special Olympics in Beijing. That would be a first step, of course, but I think it's not too late also to put even more pressure on China and use the lever that we have, because what hurts China the most right now, it's its international reputation, also domestically. And if we focus on the Olympics in China, we'll be able to help the Uyghurs and the Turkic Muslims together, and I'll be here to support all the parties who want to work together.
Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know how many times I've listened to members of the opposition say that we want to have more time to speak on this bill, whatever that bill might be. And it happens consistently. At the same time, the unholy alliance at times of opposition members will bring forward issues to prevent the government from bringing forward legislation. So on the one hand, they say we want more time to talk on government legislation, and they're critical of government for not allowing for more time. And then on the other hand, they do what they can to prevent government legislation from passing. For example, today we were supposed to be debating Bill C-22. Is the Bloc comfortable in seeing that bill pass? Do they want more time on government legislation? And if not, then maybe we should be debating this issue more often than that's being suggested.
L'honorable député du Lac-Saint-Jean.
Hey, c'est drôle qu'on me parle d'alliance de l'opposition.
Well, it's all very well to talk about an alliance in the opposition, but actually, it seems like the NDP and the government have a cozy alliance on many issues. And not only have there been gag orders, but Parliament was prorogued for 6 years. 6 weeks, rather. So this government shouldn't be telling us that we don't have enough time to debate. They closed things down for 6 weeks, and they've been filibustering at committees. For example, the Ethics and Defense Committees. So if the Liberal government really wants to be serious, if it really wants to say that we're not talking about things that they care about, well, it's remarkable when you compare that to their record, especially their record in terms of the speaking time in this House.
For Burnaby, New Westminster. New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Oui, c'est New Westminster, Burnaby.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, it's New Westminster, Burnaby. Well, I wanted to ask my colleague. We see the government's reaction. It doesn't seem to want to discuss this critical issue of human rights. We saw the same thing with military assistance to Saudi Arabia. At that time, several MPs asked why Canada would participate in possible violations of human rights there. It's not consistent. This government always says that it wants to support human rights, but it doesn't want to have those debates today. Why does my colleague think that this government is refusing to talk about human rights and take action? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question, Madam Speaker. Well, I haven't been a member for very long, but I have followed this issue in my life because my father was an MP. And when it comes to human rights and international cooperation, I think this government has managed to climb to peaks of hypocrisy. It pretends to be some kind of Superman, saying that they care about Canadian values and human rights. But we can see that the budget for the Department of International Development, well, under Harper, it was 0.32% of the GDP. And under Mr. Trudeau, under the current Prime Minister, it's only 0.27% of GDP. So, once again, we see here that this government pretends to really care about human rights and so on. But when it actually comes to making difficult decisions, it just doesn't actually try. It doesn't seem to care.
Park for Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and friend for his excellent speech and his recognition of the importance of this issue. To recognize a genocide means that we have a responsibility to protect. We have a responsibility to protect, recognize, and act. I am pleased that he has shared specific recommendations of the subcommittee. Could he say more about what this government should do to respond to the Chinese Communist Party? And what is his priority for the government's policies? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Well, first of all, as I said earlier, we need to start by recognizing that there has been a genocide. It's always important to start with something, and that would be the starting point here. It's a vital matter. Then secondly, we need international observers on the ground. In Xinjiang, they need to be impartial. The Chinese government is telling us that unlike Tibet, Xinjiang is not closed, but it refuses to have international observers come in. So I think that this government should start by at least being able to utter the word genocide in this regard. And then it could go forward, ask Bob Rae, the ambassador to the UN, to bring this up at the UN so that we could end up having people on the ground examining what's happening there. And then from that point on, we would at least have a hope of freeing the Uyghur people from the yoke on which they are currently struggling. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I find the Liberals' behavior inexplicable. They are so hypocritical. We've seen that in many areas. But this is a remarkable case of it. Is it simply because they want to defend the economic interests of some particular individuals? And what could be the consequences of cooperating with a country that's committing a genocide for purely economic reasons? It doesn't make sense. Could my colleague tell me what he thinks about that? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, this is nothing new in history. In the 30s, when a ship arrived full of Jewish refugees, we had a Canadian Prime Minister who turned the boat around and said, none is too many. That was a Canadian Prime Minister who did that. Are we looking to have history repeat itself here? Are we really going to do the same thing again? No, no one wants to be on the wrong side of history. And to answer my colleague's question, I simply can't understand. I simply can't understand why the government is taking this position on this issue. To name this a genocide would enable our Uyghur friends to find some trace of hope, and that's what they need. They need hope. This government could make a change. And I still hope that it will see the light and that it will take action. I think this government is able to do that, but what I don't know is whether they want to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci. Comme il est 17h30, la Chambre aborde...
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now consider private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-206, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, qualifying farming fuel, standing in the name of Mr. Lawrence.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Epp, moves that Bill C-206, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, qualifying farming fuel as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite him to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to request that it pass on division.
I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Debate. Apologies. I have to repeat this. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Epp, moves that Bill C-206, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, qualifying farming fuel, be now read a third time and do pass. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege to be in this House, and it is an even greater privilege to be here on Bill C-206, which is, of course, my private member's bill. But really, Madam Speaker, I misspeak when I say it's mine. It really belongs to the farmers, and this is what this bill is all about. Our agricultural workers are tremendous. They produce some of the best agriculture products in the entire world. They work so hard every day. They get up early, they go to bed late, in between continuing their fantastic work. And of course, we've all been challenged by the pandemic, and farmers are the same. And farmers have pushed through, even through the pandemic, through all the barriers and challenges of the pandemic. They continued to plant their field, tend their crops, take care of their animals, so that we can always have a full belly here in Canada. Because during the pandemic, and really any time in the recent past, farmers and Canadians have never had to worry about their food supply, and that is because we have, Madam Speaker, the best farmers in the entire world. And talking about the importance of agriculture, agriculture is more than 7% of our GDP, and more than that, farmers are really the heart of our community. They're the engine of our economy. Nearly 1 in 8 Canadians are employed by agriculture or agri-food. I'll repeat that again because that's an important statistic. Nearly 1 in 8 Canadians are employed in agriculture. That's the type of impact this industry has. In whole, it employs more than 2.3 million Canadians, and we are one of the world's largest producers in flaxseed, canola, pulses, durum wheat, and we have some of the best beef in the entire world, some of the best poultry in the entire world, and some of the best pork in the entire world produced right here in Canada, the greatest country in the world. But farmers have done this not in easy circumstances. And in fact, they had to go through what was dubbed, and I excuse the language here, but it was dubbed the harvest from hell in 2019, when their crops were incredibly difficult to harvest due to the moisture and the rainfall during 2019. This was an absolute challenge. Farmers had to run their grain dryers for nearly 24 hours straight at some point to save as much of their agriculture product as they could. But the 2019 rain out west wasn't the only weather conditions that farmers have faced. In 2019, a hurricane flattened fields in Atlantic Canada. In Quebec, they faced unprecedented rainfall during harvest time and planting time. Snow-covered fields out west earlier on. Manitoba has been in a state of emergency. Alberta and Saskatchewan have faced droughts. And in my own riding, the fabulous riding, and I might say perhaps the best riding in the entire world, Northumberland, Peterborough South, we faced an almost unprecedented late frost. Generally, after May 24th, May 2-4 weekend, it is commonly known, it's frost-free zone. But we actually had a frost in our riding in other parts of southern Ontario that if farmers had planted, they would have to deal with that as well. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, farmers are not without their challenges. And it goes beyond weather. There are issues that farmers are facing, such as global trade issues. So when we look out there, there are currently various trade issues where farmers in Canada are not getting the appropriate equitable treatment. They're often at the short end of the stick. And in a highly subsidized industry, it's subsidized nearly throughout the world, in the EU, in the United States. During the pandemic, the EU, the United States of America, they stepped up for their farmers. They gave billions, millions, and if not billions of dollars for their farmers to help them get through the pandemic. In Canada, I would love to say it was the same, but it just is not the case. This government went through its tried and true strategy, unfortunately, of making an announcement, having that policy or that platform item fail, and then re-announcing it again. And so they recycled over and over again failed announcements, and farmers got precious little comparatively to their other industries around other farmers around the world. And that, in a nutshell, is why I am so passionate about Bill C-206. It's really, when we boil it down, it's about giving farmers a fair shake. They need to have the same opportunities as farmers around the world. The carbon tax here in Canada is not imposed internationally, and because of that, they face barriers that other farmers around this country or other countries simply do not. So Bill C-206 is to give those farmers a fair shake, an opportunity to compete globally. And what does it do? Well, currently, the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Act, it absolutely does exempt certain types of fuel. It exempts actually gasoline and diesel, but it doesn't currently exempt natural gas and propane. And in the spirit of Team Canada and nonpartisanship, I would like to give the government a benefit of the doubt that this was perhaps an oversight. And this is their opportunity to correct that oversight. And in fact, I'd like to invite them to do so. And so when we look at natural gas and propane, because there's no logical reason why natural gas and propane would not be exempt when gasoline and diesel are. Natural gas and propane are actually cleaner fuels than diesel and gasoline. And in fact, in my humble estimation, I believe that natural gas and propane are actually part of the solution. For example, if we were to, say, take all of the coal-producing power plants in China and convert them to natural gas, the savings from that, the amount of carbon savings, the reduction in output would be dramatically less, or would be dramatically more the increase than if we were to take Canada net zero. So if we were to convert China completely to natural gas from coal, that would be much more beneficial to the environment than even if Canada went to net zero tomorrow. And so I believe natural gas and propane are actually part of the problem, and they're arguably cleaner than their exempt fossil fuel equivalents, which are diesel and gasoline. When I look at this, when I look at natural gas and propane, and I go, but having it not exempt, who are we impacting exactly? And we're affecting a wide range of farmers, but one particular area are our grain farmers. And as I said, we are amongst the leaders in grain farmers in the entire world, and those prices are set by international markets. And so by having this bill in place, we will be able to give those grain farmers a break. The Saskatchewan Agriculture Society, the Manitoba Agriculture Society, and the CFIB have various numbers, and so did the PBO, but those numbers range anywhere from thousands to tens of thousands of dollars in costs for farmers. And I saw them, Madam Speaker. I got emailed droves and droves and droves of receipts with carbon tax. And they would be in tens of thousands of dollars. And then to add insult to injury, they actually charge GST on carbon tax. And if you can believe this, when I was at the Public Accounts Committee, I asked I believe, Deputy Finance Minister there, or Assistant Deputy Finance Minister, and I said, how do you justify that GST is charged on top of carbon tax? Like, isn't the carbon tax punitive enough for farmers? And you know what he said to me? He said, it's not. He said, it's not. Guess what? He was wrong. So the government doesn't even know how much damage they are inflicting on our farmers. And to me, that is just, that is so damaging and so challenging. And when we look at this and we go, okay, well, we farmers definitely want to. I definitely want to fight climate change. Is there a more environmentally friendly way? Is there a way better than burning natural gas and propane? And we had session after session of expert witnesses. And while they said that perhaps there were fledgling technologies and there were opportunities for the future to perhaps burn biofuels, maybe use other type of more environmentally friendly fuels and energy, right now there is not. And I'll quote from the Grain Farmers of Ontario from their testimony. There are no readily available grain drying technology replacement alternatives that are cost effective. Drying grain is essential to marketing of grain. From these witnesses, we learned that farmers greatly care about the environment. For those folks who maybe aren't in an agriculture setting like I am, a 1 degree difference in temperature can make the difference for a season. So an entire year can be based on whether it's profitable or not, based on whether there's a frost or not, and that can be the difference of 1 degree. There is no one more sensitive to environmental changes, to environmental concerns than our farmers, and that testimony came out again and again and again. And so when I think about the actual environmental impact, I'll talk to you a little bit about the story about how much farmers really it affects them. I was actually sleeping at 6 a.m. In my house. I rent out my property to a farmer. And of course, farmers, because they work immeasurably harder than politicians, we're not asleep at 6 a.m. So I hear rap, rap, rap. I come down to the door in my pajamas with a farmer knocking at my door, and he says, he rents the field for me. He said, there's a tree down. Do you have a chainsaw? I said, yep, give me 5 minutes. I'll get changed. I'll get my chainsaw on. And we'll go ahead and we'll cut up that tree. So so it had fallen over there. And in there, I started a conversation with one of our local farmers, a great guy. You might think, well, what did we talk about? Did we talk about the fact the Leafs are definitely going to win? That this is their year? No, we didn't talk about that. Maybe we talked about Montreal. Maybe it will be their year. No, what we talked about was actually the GPS in his tractor and how he had 2 different GPS options, and he picked the one that was 1 inch as opposed to 5 inches. It was calibrated, Madam Speaker, to 1 inch. 1 inch. And he said he had to do that. One, because it made his farms and fields more productive, but secondly, because he didn't want to use 1 extra ounce of chemical, 1 extra ounce of fertilizer that he did not have to use. This is how much our farmers care about our environment. And I think that's a bit of an undersold issue. And of course, Farmers are, of course, some of the first stewards of our lands. They protect so much. Other technology that they've been involved in, Madam Speaker, include no-till technology, precision agriculture, satellite-driven agriculture. The farmers want to get this right. They want to do everything they can to preserve that land because, quite frankly, their livelihood and the livelihood of the coming generations depend on it. And there's great news, too. With respect to farmers, they are actually ahead of the curve. So what we hear about from industries, even the oil industry, and of course the government here, net zero, net zero, net zero, and this is a fabulous concept and something we can all drive to, right? But most industries say net zero 2050, net zero 2060, net zero 2040, or maybe if they're really ambitious, net zero 2030. Well, how about net zero now? That's what farmers are. They're net zero now. They plant millions of these little devices, these terrific, amazing little carbon capture devices. I like to call them plants. Millions of them every single year, and they sequester this carbon. It's unbelievable. What an advance in science. And they sequester this carbon in their fields. And so what happens is yes, they burn some fossil fuels in their tractors and in drying grain and keeping their barns heated. But overall, they're at net zero and above. And farmers want to do even more. Thank you very much, Speaker, for the reminder. I'm so passionate here. I'm happy to hopefully get through half of my speech here. I just could talk about this PMB all day. And so when we look at the overall picture, Madam Speaker, we see farmers that want to do the right thing. We see Canadians that want to do the right thing and protect the environment. But we have to do it in a way that makes economic sense as well. So one, we have to make sure that farmers stay competitive in the global market, that we don't make our farmers pay an undue burden as opposed to other industries and other countries around the world. The other part is farmers want to do the right thing. The challenge is agriculture has been, and even more so now, is an undercapitalized sector of our economy. There is simply not enough capital. In testimony at the Agriculture Committee, one of the individuals said, and I'll paraphrase loosely, you know, if money wasn't an object, we would do this tomorrow. We would put in high efficiency grain operation tomorrow. But they simply do not have the capital. Farmers are more stretched out, thinner than they ever have before. So that's why, like the idea of the carbon tax is that, you know, we are going to make less environmentally friendly solutions more expensive, so that you'll naturally be pushed in a free market system to those that are more environmental. However, in this situation, the reverse is true because farmers want to do the more environmentally friendly thing. Trust me, as I was talking to my farmers on Saturday morning, they want to do that. They just don't have the money. So when we take more money from them, and literally it can be tens of thousands of dollars, it can be tens of thousands of dollars in the cost. They don't have the money to invest. Madam Speaker, farmers want to do the right thing. We want to do the right thing. Let's collaborate together. Let's vote together. Let's pass PMB 206.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough South. His passion is very evident, and certainly having had the chance to sit on the committees with him, I know that his intent is right in this bill. One thing he didn't mention in his speech was the significant investments that our government is making in this domain to work with farmers to be able to make this transition and to be able to keep that price signal in effect. But one of the issues that came up in the committee, Madam Speaker, was the fact that although this would be opening the opportunity for natural gas and propane, it did not change the definition of eligible farming activity, which is kind of part of the fatally flawed piece of this legislation. Can the member speak on that? Because that was a big piece of the underlying work in the committee before this came back to the House.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and I also want to congratulate the member as he's a very passionate representative for the agriculture, and I think that he works very hard for his constituents. But I fundamentally disagree with him, and in fact, it's nearly unanimous, except for the government. Stakeholders agree. Nearly every one of them that spoke at the Agriculture Committee. Also, the parliamentary drafting lawyers agree. We agree that, in fact, and it's really quite simple, the definition says, is this a piece of machinery that operates in farming. Well, if anyone's ever been to a farm where there's grain dryers, they know that a grain dryer is a piece of farming equipment used on a farm. So it's not used for tanning. It's actually used for farming. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Massillon. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for his speech and his passion and his bill. Now, I'd like him to be able to speak to people who had some concerns in committee about the fact that this might be sending the wrong signal in terms of reducing the price on pollution. So could he talk about the amendment that we adopted in committee? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and indeed the Agriculture Committee is blessed with another fantastic member, and I appreciate him stalling a little bit while I had the interpretation. My French is almost there, I promise, but it's still a work in progress. So yes, we added an amendment that this bill will expire in 10 years, and that was a reasonable amendment in my opinion and a good amendment, in that we're hopeful that in 5 years or in 10 years there'll be more of those environmental solutions, perhaps using biofuels, perhaps using solar power. Perhaps the energy grid will be completely clean then at that point, and we can look at it then. But right now we need a solution. So like I said, we agreed to the amendment, voted for the amendment, because in 10 years maybe the technology will exist, but right now it doesn't.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and always a pleasure to hear the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, and certainly he was a welcome addition at our committee. I wanted to ask him about some of the testimony we heard concerning the carbon tax, how it's to be used as an incentive to get people to change their ways, but it only really works when we have a viable alternative. I mean, the reason why diesel fuel is exempt from the carbon tax is because there is no current replacement for diesel tractors on farms. I'm just wondering if he could maybe elaborate a bit more why there just are no viable alternatives at this moment. And if we were not to make this amendment, especially with rising farm debt, we would really be trapping farmers into a cost that they could not escape from. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and thank you also to the member for his great service to the Agriculture Committee, another great advocate for the Agriculture Committee. And I liken this to, because I'm from the country, Madam Speaker, to an individual who owns an old pickup truck. They know that they could save money if they bought a more fuel-efficient car. They would want to do that, but they just don't have the money. And so what happens, it actually puts them in a poverty trap. And that's what the carbon tax is doing with our farmers. They want to be more efficient because if they are, they make more money, but they just don't have the capital to do it. And currently we heard at Agriculture Committee, we had an in-depth study. We heard from many witnesses, and they all said there may be, or there could be, future technology, but doesn't exist right now. These were some of the greatest experts from all the land who testified and said there just is not an environmentally or an economically viable alternative right now. And that's why we have a sunset on this bill in 10 years, because we'll hopefully that'll change. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for King's Heads.
I told you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member again from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for highlighting the key role that our farmers play for our economy, our environment, and indeed our very well-being. However, since this is the first time that I've had the opportunity to speak in this House since the finding of 215 bodies at the Kamloops Residential School, if you'll permit me just for one moment, I'd like to touch on that. Because of the fact that I have 3 Indigenous communities in my own riding, Sebeganegedy, Annapolis Valley First Nation, and Glooscap, with particular emphasis that the Shubenacadie residential school system was the largest in Atlantic Canada. And I had the opportunity to join members of the Indigenous community in my riding on Sunday. We know that we had an important emergency debate yesterday. I was not able to be recognized, but I look forward to speaking on this in the days ahead, including perhaps tomorrow with the Opposition Day motion. And I continue to work in concert with our Indigenous communities, as I know all members of this House will do with their respective constituents. So I just wanted to say that, given this was the first opportunity that I had the chance to speak in the House. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time, and our farmers are on the front lines. Canadian farmers are both innovators and environmentalists at heart, and they farm their land with an eye to future generations. Farmers like Jacques Lamontagne, who is working with researchers to explore the benefits of planting trees along the river that runs through his dairy farm in Quebec's eastern townships. Or like Manitoba's Robert McNabb, who was inducted into the Canadian Conservation Hall of Fame for being a pioneer in zero tillage. Or like Alberta's Deer Creek livestock winners of the 2020 Environmental Stewardship Award for their efforts to conserve species at risk and use solar electric fences to keep cattle off riverbanks and preserve grasslands. And Madam Speaker, let me also say that my own farmers in Kings Hants are doing tremendous work to ensure that they are being environmental stewards of the land and to reduce their respective environmental and GHG footprints as a result. Thanks to innovators like the ones I've mentioned and others, over the past 2 decades, Canadian farmers have doubled the value of their production while stabilizing greenhouse gas emissions. In that time, the amount of agriculture emissions per dollar of GDP generated by the sector has dropped by half. But Madam Speaker, we know that there has to be more work to be done, and we have to be there to work with industry in the days ahead because our government has ambitious emission targets with a goal of cutting Canada's greenhouse gas emissions by 40 to 45% by 2030, of course, in comparison to 2015. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I asked my honourable colleague during his remarks was the fact that he did not touch on the budget investments that were made in Budget 2021. And I think that's an important nuance for members to consider. This well-intending legislation was introduced, but really our government has responded in a way to try to ensure that there are mechanisms and tools in place to support our farmers in their transition to reducing emissions. And I want to highlight some of them for you, Madam Speaker, and indeed, of course, for the members of this House. Grain drying was one of the key central points that was raised by the member opposite as being a raison d'etre, perhaps, in terms of his PMB that he brought forward. You know, our government recognizes that there are emerging technologies, but we're not certainly at the point that there is a whole host of opportunities to be able to move forward. That's why in Budget 2021, we're investing $100 million to be able to rebate farmers that are in the federally backstop jurisdictions, such that we can make sure that that money is returned to farmers and we can still maintain the price signal of the price on pollution, which was deemed very important by a number of witnesses in our committee study on this particular piece of legislation. There's also $50 million dedicated solely towards supporting innovative technologies around grain drying, and I'll speak more to that in a moment. The Clean Agriculture Tech Fund is $165 million of support that the government has in the days ahead to roll out. One of the key elements in this is the opportunity to work with farmers to adopt renewable energy on farm as a way to offset fossil fuel practices. We know farmers are already doing good work. The member opposite talked about the means to be able to make this transition. Farmers want to be part of this. Well, we want to be a government that's working with farmers to be able to help make this transition. Programs like this are going to matter. And finally, Madam Speaker, the Agriculture Climate Solutions Program. This is $385 million over the next 10 years to help farmers as part of this transition to do this important work. This includes programs like the Living Labs, where there's opportunities for farmers, researchers, innovation experts to come together to be able to make important investments and to do important research on what else can be done. I would be remiss without talking, Madam Speaker, about some of the opportunities that exist because, of course, I know the debate in this House will include measures about what farmers are already doing. And look, we as a government agree. We look at things like the Clean Fuel Standard and the opportunity that exists for the canola sector. We look at the offset mitigation efforts, essentially the offset credits that the Environment and Climate Change Canada is working towards. This presents an incredible opportunity for our sector to reward the practices that are being adopted. And I think it's important that we continue to support these practices and ensure that farmers have the opportunity to benefit from the environmental stewardship they're already taking on. Madam Speaker, I have about 2 or 3 minutes left. I just want to talk and give some reflections from my perspective as a member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture when we had conversations from experts as it relates to Bill C-206. One of the elements that I thought was particularly important was we did hear a lot of different testimony about the importance of maintaining a price signal. And the member from Langford, Malahat Cowlishan, introduced an amendment that I think is reasonable, but I think it misses the point that we want to keep that price signal now to encourage to continue to make innovation possible, to help drive technology and innovation in this space. The member opposite, the member from Northumberland Peterborough South actually mentioned in his remarks, he said, well, farmers would make the transition to the most efficient grain dryers today if they had the means to do it. Our government is focused on maintaining that price, being able to have these support programs in place such that we're able to help those farmers make that transition today, because we need to continue to move in this regard. And that is something that is extremely important. I would also talk about the fact that we're doing a study right now with the committee, the Agriculture Committee on Environment and Agriculture and the intersection between the two. One of the things that was pointed out yesterday from our witnesses was the fact that there is opportunities for things such as wood pellets to help drive the energy that's necessary to be able to support grain drying. This is something that ECCC is looking at in conjunction with the industry because the life cycle analysis of these types of products is significantly lower than fossil fuels. These are the type of innovative practices that we can continue to do to help support farmers such that they are able to, of course, get around the price on pollution, be able to lower their own costs, but of course support rural industries at the same time. And finally, what I would say, Madam Speaker, I think I have about 1 minute left, is I did mention it in my question to the member opposite, was one of the things that we heard loud and clear was that although laudable in its intent to open up natural gas and propane as eligible fuels, because this was certainly about, at least as I understand it, about grain drying, there was not an explicit mention in the proposed legislation that would change the definition of the eligible farming activity. I take notice that the member opposite has felt that under the interpretation that he takes that this would include, but we have heard from Finance Canada and the Department of Finance that they do not share that view. I think that is one part of the fatally flawed elements that is in this particular bill. So simply put, Madam Speaker, our position as a government is that we are going to continue to maintain a price. We're going to rebate where it makes sense, where it's difficult to find the innovative technologies that exist. I do think that the intent of this particular legislation was well-meaning, but it was introduced before the government has made significant investments to partner with industry to be able to get to the outcomes that we all know are so crucial and important. And I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I will take a few of his lines, actually, and make a few corrections. But I would like to start my speech, Madam Speaker, by paying tribute to farmers. I have the deepest respect for them. Week after week, year after year, whether it's cold or hot, rain, come snow, drought, they have their 2 feet on the ground, and their first concern is for their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren to have their 2 feet on the same ground as them. I just want to make the House aware of that. Let's not forget that. And let's also not forget the efforts that farmers have already started to make. Of course, we always want to do more and do better and improve things. That's essential. But let's recognize what's happened and encourage the strong efforts. I also would ask the MPs who may not have done so because it's not their file or it's not in their, or they're in an urban riding, to visit farms, to go see people and see what their daily lives are like as farmers. I'll stop there. So you know that the Bloc is in favor of reducing GHGs and in favor of the principle of a price on pollution. There's two optics with respect to improvement. We want to support people and encourage them. We have to use both types of solutions. But if there's no alternative to a certain type of fuel in the short term that is viable, we think it is logical to accept this legislation. And that is why we came out in favor of this bill from the outset. And to be honest, Madam Speaker, I have to admit that it really gave me a headache when I read it the first time, because Quebecers want fossil fuels to stay in the ground and to have a price on pollution. But we have to be rational and intelligent. And it was shown at committee, and with respect to grain drying, there is currently no economically viable alternative. And several factors explain that. One of the biggest is massive investment that it would take to use new technologies, for example, biomass or electricity. The type of the electricity does not give enough heat that is fast enough to dry grain effectively. And often electrical lines don't even bring enough electricity to farms. So there isn't the infrastructure in place, even if we know scientifically, and I know we'll get there, but we're not there right now. If I drive an 8-cylinder 4x4 SUV in the city, that's my choice. And if I have to pay tax on fuel, that's my choice to keep my 4x4 SUV in the city that I don't really need. But there are alternatives. But in these type of cases, it makes sense to tax people, to force them in the medium or short term to transition to electric vehicles or even a smaller vehicle that's not 4x4 because you don't need one in the city. But in this particular case, we're talking about farmers that work internationally. When we talk about grain producers, this market is one we cannot control. So they cannot increase their sales prices. They can't use other types of fuel. So what would the result of a tax be on propane to dry grain? It would increase their production costs and reduce their margins. And these margins, as I may remind you, are already very, very tight. Farmers who are entrepreneurs, as we must remember, they don't have enough margin. And farmers, as soon as they do have some leeway, what do? They invest in their companies. They innovate. We have to give them the chance to do so. And since there is no alternative right now, we agree, and we think this legislation makes sense. And even there's something that has been forgotten in the first draft in the legislation. Natural gas should be also added to the types of other fuels. However, let's take action. And it's in that direction with what we heard from witnesses at committee. Because as you noted, probably, Madam Speaker, people from the Agricultural Committee were mentioning their colleagues. There is a great amount of camaraderie and on this committee, and they're not partisan, and there aren't a lot of disputes. So I'd like to really pay tribute to the Agricultural Committee. People really work constructively. And what we heard from witnesses, I'm thinking about the first witnesses we heard, who were obviously opposed to this bill. People were saying, no, we have to keep the price on pollution when they were
questioned, they said the problem is that there's no timeline. So we listened to those people. We listened and we amended the bill. And there is a 10-year time limit now, and we hope all that it'll take less than 10 years, but we had to give our farmers a bit of oxygen there. At the introduction, I said we have to recognize what farmers are doing. It's not because I don't want them to improve. Everyone can improve, but my previous colleague said that we've started a new study on environment, and I heard people from that department say that the credit system that they want to set up won't take account on any level of any innovations or improvements that were set up before 2018. Madam Speaker, I'm raising the alarm. We can't do that. We can't tell a company and a farmer that has been bending over backwards for 25 years with organic production and less production than those who use chemical fertilizers, that we can't tell them that everything you've done up until now doesn't count, and now you have to innovate more. And so allow me to correct myself. We want to tell them, yes, you have to innovate more, but we have to recognize what was done in the past. I'm a former professor. We can't take some good students and a really disruptive student and tell them both he's disrupting less than he did before, and we're going to reward him. What will the effect? He won't show up to class. And it'll be the same thing for our farmers. So it's really important to encourage them. Also, what's important, we have to keep the principle of the price on pollution and go back to that. And I would exhort my colleagues and the government of Canadian provinces who do not have a system for a price on pollution to create one, because this legislation will not apply to Quebec. It will apply to provinces that did not adopt their own regulations. And I would incite them to do so. In Quebec, we're partners with BC and California on the carbon market, and it's working rather well. Take charge of that aspect of your development, because you have no choice but to do so. For the future, Madam Speaker, I would wish that our government, the Canadian government, with the taxes that we pay to it, put money into R&D intensively. And we have to recognize the role of farmers as protectors of the environment. And let's be rational. Let's adopt intelligent measures. And with this in mind, let's adopt Bill 206. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to once again speak to Bill C-206. And for those of you who are just catching on to the debate tonight, this is a bill that is going to make an amendment to the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act and specifically broaden the definition of what a qualifying farm fuel is. And in this particular case, it's about adding natural gas and propane to the definition. And this is important, as I'll elaborate later on, because it turns out that propane and natural gas are two fuels which are quite important to farmers for specific uses. As I made mention in my second reading speech on this bill, Madam Speaker, I think it's also important to underscore the challenges that are going to be faced by our agricultural sector in the decade ahead from the effects of climate change. I've heard from farmers both in my own riding and at committee about how they are on the front lines of climate change. And, you know, I represent a rural riding. The riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford is roughly 4,700 square kilometers in size. It's a beautiful piece of real estate on southern Vancouver Island. And it also, the Cowichan Valley has a very long and storied history in agriculture. We're very proud of the climate that we have here, which allows us to grow an abundance of amazing produce and fruit. And I know the farmers here are very cognizant of the effects of climate change, just as they are right across Canada. And so it's important that when we are crafting policy, we keep in mind what is going to be the greatest challenge of the 21st century, and that we really start to focus our efforts on combating this great threat. Because it's not just having environmental concerns, it's not just causing environmental damage, but it's going to have significant impacts on our future tax dollars. The amount of money that we are going to have to pay out of future tax revenues in dealing with the damage from climate change, in trying to adapt to it, in mitigating its effects, is going to grow if we don't significantly reduce our emissions. So I understand the purpose of carbon pricing, and I, for one, am absolutely in support of carbon pricing. I also want to acknowledge that you know, too often in this debate, farmers are treated as bystanders, and I think that's a gross mistake. I think farmers are not only very well aware of what the effects of climate change will be, but also are one of our greatest tools in fighting climate change. I've heard some of my colleagues make mention in their speeches of how good agricultural practices can be one of a major source of carbon sequestration. You know, we need to take carbon out of the atmosphere where it is causing havoc and put it into the soil. And when you put it into the soil, you have healthier soils, you need less inputs through better agricultural methods, and you get better yields. You also have soil that is better able to withstand droughts, better able to withstand flooding, and it just builds in a resilience into the system. So there's nothing but positives with healthy soil management. And I think, you know, we have to look at those agroecological practices, regenerative farming techniques, and I'm glad to see that our committee is engaged in this study, but we really need to focus federal government policies, and I acknowledge the budget is starting to do that, but we need to focus federal policies on making this a priority, and really putting farmers front and center as one of our greatest allies in combating this threat. So I just want to take the time to acknowledge the important work that our agricultural sector is already doing, and the potential they have, not only in renewable energy generation. There's significant possibilities on farms of harnessing the wind, the sun, and biomass, but just also what farmers are doing with their careful soil management. You know, this bill is back before us, Madam Speaker, after spending some time at the Agriculture Committee. I have been a proud member of that committee for over 3 years now. And it's a committee. I'll echo the previous speaker's comments. It's a wonderful committee to be a part of. We are probably the most nonpartisan committee in the House. A lot of what we do there is reached by consensus. It's always a very respectful dialogue, because I think every member of that committee realizes that no matter what your partisan political stripe is, we all represent farmers in our ridings. We have New Democrats, we have Conservatives, we have Bloc members, we have Liberals, and Green Party members. So we all recognize the importance of the sector, not only to our own individual ridings, but to our country as a whole. And so it was one of those rare moments where we as a committee finally got to study a bill. And I'd like to say that we did a thorough job in investigating C-206. We had 6 meetings. We heard from 29 witnesses. We had 8 briefs submitted. And these witnesses included, you know, quite a variety across the spectrum. We got to hear from several federal departments. We got to hear from the David Suzuki Foundation, the Canadian Canola Growers, the National Farmers Union, Farmers for Climate Solutions, and the Grain Growers of Canada, just to name a few. And, you know, I've heard a lot of the debate about, you know, the intention of the carbon price. It's meant to establish a price signal so that we are encouraging people to change their ways to a less expensive and more environmentally friendly method. And really the focus of today's debate is on the subject of grain drying, because that's where the use of propane and natural gas are used quite frequently. And the thing that I made mention of this in my second reading speech, but this was confirmed time and time again. You know, if the intention of the carbon price is to change behavior, you have to have a viable alternative in which to change your behavior to. I mean, if you look at, like, I recently made a switch to a zero emission vehicle, and I know many people in my riding of Couch and Malahat Langford are doing the same. They made the switch because there is a price signal. It's a lot cheaper to operate a zero emission vehicle, your electric car, than it is with a gasoline powered one. But they also made the switch because there were viable alternatives. We have so many options to choose from in the zero emission vehicle market right now that it is literally quite easy, especially with government rebates, to go out and find something that is practical for your day-to-day use. When it comes to grain drying and alternative technologies, farmers do not have that option. We did hear that there are some emerging technologies with respect to electric heat pumps and possibly the use of biomass from crop residue. But though we also heard that those technologies are still many years away from being commercially viable and efficient enough to actually replace natural gas and propane. So if you don't have that viable alternative to force farmers into, and you're just simply levying a carbon tax on their activities, the price is actually not going to do what it's intended to do. And I do respect the fact that the government is offering rebates, which I think were placed in the budget on page 174 in response to Bill C-206. So C-206 did have an impact in I guess helping rewrite a part of the budget. But we did hear from farmers that they would prefer not to have the price in there at all, and until we have those viable technologies. So that brings me to the amendment, and I'd like to thank members of the committee because the one and only amendment that was passed to this bill was brought forward by myself, and I was trying to find sort of a reasonable halfway point between the two sides to this argument. And that is establishing a 10-year sunset clause when the definition in this bill will revert to the original. And I felt that 10 years is a long enough time to allow for these emerging technologies to become commercially viable, so that hopefully, by the year 2031, farmers actually have a choice to go to. And I think that's incredibly important when we put that in the context of carbon pricing. So I'd like to thank my colleagues, again, reflecting what a joyful committee it is to be a member of, for agreeing to that amendment and allowing us to get forward to a stage where hopefully we will see this bill passed in the House and sent to the other place. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I think we need to remember that as has been detailed by the National Farmers Union, Canadian farm debt has nearly doubled since the year 2000. It is made up of billions of dollars, and increasingly farmers are paying more and more money in fertilizer costs, machinery, fuels, new technologies, in credit services, and so on. And they're really only left with a very small portion of gross farm revenues. I think a measure as contained in C-206 is gonna help them out and give us an opportunity to give them some price relief on a very important aspect of their business. So I appreciate the time, Madam Speaker. I'll conclude now, and I look forward to hearing other speeches on C-206. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With Moravian Town and Caldwell First Nations in my riding, I want to begin by acknowledging the tragedy of 215 unmarked graves discovered at the Indian Residential School in Kamloops, now my adopted home of my daughter and her family. It does, however, give me pleasure today to speak on my enthusiastic colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough South's private members bill that affects many constituents, indeed myself and our own family farm. But before getting into the specifics of this bill, I want to note 4 general points to frame my remarks. First of all, as individuals, farmers are environmentalists by nature and by necessity. The drive to leave the land and surrounding areas in better condition than when found it is innate to the vast majority of farmers that I know. And farmers are environmentalists by necessity, It is the condition of the land, of the flock or herd, that supplies the farm family with a return on their labor and their investments and inputs. And so it's in their own self-interest to leave the vehicle of their own prosperity in better condition for the next generation. Second, collectively, agriculture has a strong track record of reducing their environmental footprint, be it through the adoption of low or no-till, saving moisture and reducing erosion, be it through the refinement of working with nutrients through the lens of the 4 R's, using the right product at the right time, placing it in the right place and at the right rate, be it more intensive use.
Excuse me, I just want to, there seems to be a little bit of distortion with the mic for the interpreters, so I just want to ask the honourable member maybe to try to unhook it and then and plug it back, unplug it and replug it back in just in case. There seems to be a bit of a hum, and then maybe put the mic a little closer to, yeah, let's try that and see if that works. And if there's an issue, I'll let the honourable member know. The honourable
member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Be it through the use of more intensive use of cover cropping or rotational grazing, et cetera, et cetera. Recently, we had officials from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada testify at committee, and they acknowledged that greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture have remained steady since 2005, despite increased production. By my own personal experience, farming in a sandy vegetable production area, it's not uncommon to experience sandstorms in spring, as the soils were spring plowed to prepare them for potato, tomato, and other vegetable seedlings. Having to turn on headlights to drive at midday happened more than once, I'm sorry to say, in the mid-1980s. Not anymore. Windbreaks have been planted, cover crops are managed far more intensively, minimum strip tillage has virtually removed wind erosion as a concern. A third point, Ag has a strong record of innovation, of adopting new technologies, such as the use of GPS technology on the farm, the growing adoption of variable rate application, both in seeding and in crop protection products, robotics in our dairy sector, automation and climate controls in our greenhouse sector, and very many other innovations. Why? Because farmers know they have to compete. And to paraphrase John F. Kennedy, this industry has often been described as one of the few that buys their inputs retail, sells their outputs wholesale, and pays the freight both ways, which leads me to my final framing point. By and large, farmers are price takers. They cannot effectively pass along imposed cost increases to their buyers. And so let these 4 points set the stage for my remarks in Bill C-206, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act for qualifying farm fuel, adding propane and natural gas to be exempted qualifying farm fuels from the carbon tax. We've heard much in this House about the harvest from hell in 2019, particularly in Western Canada, this very difficult harvest, which saw extensive and prolonged rainfall, as well as early snowfalls and frost right before and during harvest, and that necessitated the use of natural gas and propane to dry the grain into a storable condition. But farming in Ontario, though, requires the use of grain dryers every year, particularly for grain corn, though it's often also needed for soybeans, wheat, barley, oats, and canola. During a recent conversation with Dr. Alan Mussel, he reminded me that farmers have been extremely focused on their use of energy since the very beginnings of organized agriculture. They have focused on maximizing yield and quality, on maximizing the feed conversion as plant energy is converted to protein. They've been focused on the 99% of the energy used on the farm, the energy received from the sun, solar energy. By maximizing the efficiency of this energy, by maximizing yield, quality, and conversion, by achieving greater plant growth per hectare, as a consequence, they've also increased carbon sequestration. And fixing CO2 as a consequence of driving yield is heavily influenced by the management techniques employed by progressive farmers. It's only been in the last decade or so that there have been whispers about agriculture as being a dirty industry. Since the use of electrical and fossil fuel energy sources comprises only a small component of energy use, farmers have rightfully so been historically focused on maximizing efficiencies through increasing the yield and quality of their crops, by maximizing the use of the sun, by driving yield, and consequently sequestering carbon. Incidentally, the movement to reducing or eliminating tillage provided improvements in moisture retention and a reduction in erosion, and of course increased sequestration, all without the imposition of a tax, something also not acknowledged in the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. But then, doesn't it follow to increase agriculture's focus, even on the relatively small use of energy from fossil fuel sources, doesn't it make sense then that adding a carbon tax would drive a reduction in its use? Well, no, for three reasons. First, imposing a carbon tax on farm fuels used for grain drying could induce a logical response by the industry that reduces yields and then is at cross purposes with the goals of the tax. Particularly with respect to the growing of corn, farmers have chosen varieties that require the most growing degree days that can be grown in their region with acceptable risks to maturity, so as to maximize the conversion of solar energy into yield, which then also maximizes carbon sequestration. They could choose to grow shorter season varieties, which would be drier at harvest to avoid carbon tax costs. This would require less energy to dry the crop into a storable state. But this comes with a corresponding reduction in yield, less fixing of CO2, and would require more land to grow the same amount of grain for their markets. Second, there simply aren't commercially viable, scalable alternatives to using natural gas and propane available today. Because there aren't any viable alternatives, the demand for fuel tends to be unaffected by price, making additional fuel charges in the form of an additional tax an ineffective policy tool to lower emissions. So the additional fuel charge as presently applied is punitive. It taxes our farmers with little to no benefit for the environment. The recent budget did contain some funding. It's been mentioned, $50 million for research into exploring and developing viable alternatives, and this initiative can be supported. If and when viable alternatives are commercially available, they're usually more expensive than the status quo. Then incentivizing their adoption rather than taxing a present practice with no alternatives is a far better policy tool. If possible, use the carrot rather than the stick. As mentioned earlier, farmers cannot pass this additional cost on to the consumers, and this leads me to my final point. Basic fairness in the market, Madam Speaker. Our Canadian grains compete directly with American grains and are priced off the Chicago Board of Trade. Our own farm is primarily a processing vegetable farming operation, but Lycoland Farms also produces grain and oilseeds. But since our volume of production is too low presently to warrant the investment in drying and storage facilities, we deliver our grains to Techled, farming operation in an elevator in Wheatley, and receive a price based in American dollars off of Chicago plus a local basis. This basis takes into account the exchange rate, local supply and demand factors, and freight considerations to market. Techland has options for marketing to customers like Hiram Walkers or ADM in Windsor, Greenfield Global, an ethanol producer in Chatham, right here in my riding, to Cargill in Sarnia or Ingredion in London. But none of these customers will pay more basis to Techland to cover the carbon tax on drying cost. Why? Each of these end users can also buy American corn or soybeans, and they often do. And these grains do not incur a carbon tax on the drying or a carbon tax on the farm fuels that were used to produce them. The Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act did exempt gasoline and diesel fuel, and Bill C-206 is looking to correct the oversight regarding natural gas and propane for drying. Many of my neighbors, and actually most farmers in our riding, unlike Lycoland, have grain and oilseeds as a focus of their operations. Many have invested in their own drying and storage facilities, and I recently spoke with neighbors, Paul Thiessen, Tom Dick, Walt Brown, Doug Mills, and many, many others. All had the same experience as Techland, that when marketing last season's crops, they were unable to pass along any additional carbon tax costs to buyers. Recent research from the Grain Farmers of Ontario has estimated that by 2013, the carbon tax on fuel used for drying will cost the average farm an additional $46 an acre. On an average 800-acre Ontario grain farm, that's a tax that cannot be passed along of $36,800. And so, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would urge all members of this House to support passing a bill that removes the potential of being at cross purposes of the goal of lowering greenhouse gas emissions. Please support the removal of a tax where users have no viable options, and please support basic fairness in the market for the ag sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
order pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The other day, I raised a question in Parliament based off an article from the Hamilton Spectator, and I asked what's happening in our country. The Liberals' first-time home buyers plan isn't doing enough to address the high cost of housing, and I asked what the government was doing to actually address the craziness of the Canadian housing market. What I'm looking for, Madam Speaker, are some basic answers, which the minister was unable to provide in the House last week. Straightforward questions like, how many homes has the National Housing Strategy actually built? Why has the failed first-time homebuyer program not been completely reformed or simply scrapped? And what will the government do to stop money laundering in Canadian real estate? We have a government whose much vaunted commitment to transparency doesn't actually progress beyond the lip service they give in this place. Don't get me wrong, aspirational policies are commendable. We need to aspire to much more when it comes to housing in this country. But these programs, policies, and commitments must all be accounted for and defended by concrete results. But when policies of this government are clearly not working, instead of fixing them, efforts are made to change internal metrics, superficially tweak criteria, and downplay failure. The Liberals' first-time homebuyer incentive program is a prime example. Originally purported to help 200,000 Canadians in 3 years, that number was quietly cut in half to 100,000, but has still only helped 10,000 people. Even with the recent but very delayed changes to extend the income threshold to 150,000 and the purchase price to 4.5 times one's annual income, most first-time homebuyers still won't qualify for the program in our large cities. Have the Liberals given up on the dream of home ownership for young people in urban centers and the suburbs? Continuing to prop up this failed program suggests they are. And then there are some topics the Liberals claim to be tackling, but their announcements are simply window dressing to distract from their complete inaction on the real problems. For instance, the effects of money laundering in Canadian real estate, which negatively affects our economy, our reputation on the world stage, and most significantly, they impact regular Canadians trying to rent or buy homes. But the last budget didn't address this at all. It did not include the comprehensive changes to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorism Financing Act that are necessary and which have been outlined by numerous reputable experts in report after official report, such as Peter German's Dirty Money Laundering Reports 1 and 2, the expert panel on money laundering in BC real estate, and the interim report of the ongoing Cullen Commission of Inquiry into money laundering in BC. The government has long turned a blind eye to money laundering in Canadian real estate. Why is this continuing? Why aren't they taking action on this matter? I'm going to pose just one of my initial basic questions again and give the Minister or Parliamentary Secretary the opportunity to do the right thing and be transparent with Canadians. So again, how many homes has the National Housing Strategy actually built? Meaning construction is complete and families are living in them. How many? And just finally, Madam Speaker, if where I live in Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, the cost of housing is just going up and up and up. In fact, since the pandemic, it's up like this. People have lost hope and they're not getting straight answers from this government. We need straight answers and we need a comprehensive plan to address the high cost of housing right now, because regular families, people that went to university, they can't get by anymore. You make $100K a year.
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. He'll have time to respond in a few minutes. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth and to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for raising the very important issue of affordable housing. I'm a co-op kid. I'm a huge advocate for affordable housing, and I'm happy to take this question today. Madam Speaker, for many questions, the most important investment they will ever make is the purchase of a home. And increasingly, that dream is becoming unaffordable and less attainable. High housing costs, especially in urban centers, continue to place the middle class and low-income Canadians under huge financial pressure. And for some, high housing costs have become a barrier to pursuing promising opportunities in a new community. That's why our government is committed to taking actions that will help as many Canadians as possible afford a safe and adequate place to call home. Since 2015, our government has made historic investments to increase supply and make housing more affordable. For example, under Canada's first national housing strategy, we are on track to deliver over $70 billion by 2027-2028 to help more Canadians find a place to call home. However, more still needs to be done. Madam Speaker, making more affordable housing available will require significant investments, and that's why our government announced in Budget 2021 a plan to invest $2.5 billion and reallocate $1.3 billion in existing funding to speed up the construction, repair, or support of 35,000 affordable housing units. And we will soon support the conversion to affordable housing of the empty office space that has appeared in many of our downtowns by reallocating $300 million from the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. This is going to help families, young people, low-income Canadians, people experiencing homelessness, and women and children fleeing violence find a safe and affordable place to call home. Our government, sorry, Madam Speaker. Having some difficulty with the scroll. Our government understands that maintaining the health and stability of Canada's housing market is essential to protecting middle-class families and to Canada's broader economic recovery. That's why my colleague, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, recently announced that the government will align with OSFI by establishing a new minimum qualifying rate for insured mortgages. Set to review and periodic adjustment, the qualifying rate is now the greater of the borrower's mortgage contract rate plus 2% or 5.25%. Madam Speaker, our actions do not stop there. Speculative demand from foreign non-resident investors is contributing to unaffordable housing prices for many Canadians in some of our biggest cities. That's why on January 1st, 2022, our government will introduce Canada's first national tax on vacant property owned by non-residents. The tax will require all owners other than Canadian citizens or permanent residents of Canada to file a declaration as to the current use of the property, with significant penalties for failure to file. Madam Speaker, it's vitally important that Canadians be able to have an affordable place to call home, which is why we will continue to make all the necessary investments to increase housing supply and affordability here in Canada. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Milton for those remarks. Let's just start from the top. Last week, the new head of CMHC, Rami Bowers, said that the government's national housing strategy won't be enough to address affordability because this government's done nothing to engage the private sector in the construction of affordable housing and housing for middle-class Canadians that this government purports to support. Rami Bowers said that the biggest impediment to affordability is addressing the supply issue we face in Canada that was not addressed in the last federal budget. The stress test that the member from Milton raised actually makes it harder for young families that have saved and are priced out of the market from ever getting in, because it just means they have to wait that much longer in this crazy housing market to find an affordable place to live. And the 1% tax per the parliamentary budget officer will have a minimal impact on addressing affordability concerns. And the co-investment fund has failed to deliver the number of units it purported to do at the very beginning under the national housing strategy and per the recent trial.
I'm sorry, I did give the honourable member a little bit more time, but I thought he was maybe wrapping up. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really do appreciate the advocacy on affordable housing, but I couldn't agree less with my colleague about the results. Our government has made significant investments throughout the housing budget, throughout affordable housing in Budget 2021, and we're on track to deliver over $70 billion by 2027-2028 through the National Housing Strategy. There's been great investments in ridings close to mine, in Hamilton and in Mississauga. Downtown Toronto has seen great great results from the Rapid Housing Initiative. And clearly, our long-term plan for growth includes historic investments, more than any previous government, that's going to ensure all Canadians, especially middle-class families, first-time home buyers, as the member has mentioned, and middle-class families have a place to call home. By taking those actions right now, our government is ensuring that economic recovery is inclusive and helps as many Canadians as possible join the middle class. Access to affordable homes will give Canadians opportunities to find better jobs and to create better futures in all communities across the country. Once again, I thank my colleague from Mission Mascot Canyon for his advocacy on affordable housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I asked a question some time ago, Madam Speaker, and today on Lou Gehrig's Day, I want to share my discontent with the answer I received. Madam Speaker, I owe my life to our public healthcare system. I simply would not be here today without it. So, like most Canadians, I cherish our public healthcare system. It's a system that is based on the principles of access to health services without financial or other barriers. But our system has massive holes in it. Holes that belie the principle, holes that force Canadians to choose between their health and their other basic needs. It's time to fix the holes in our healthcare system. It's time to live up to the promise of access without financial barriers. It's time for a national pharmacare program. So no Canadian should have to face the impossible choice between paying for groceries or filling a prescription. And yet that's exactly what happens for 1 in 5 families in Canada. In my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, I've listened to a woman describe cutting her pills in half, hoping for relief while hanging on to the few remaining pills she has left till the end of the month. One senior told me how she's sharing her medication with her husband, 2 trying to get by on the medicine for 1. A young man in my riding urged me to get pharmacare passed, not because he needed prescription drug coverage for his own family, but because his daughter's friend was going without her medication due to cost. Too many Canadians know exactly what I'm talking about. And when COVID-19 hit, even more became aware. Millions of Canadians who lost their employment also lost their prescription drug coverage, at least temporarily. They suddenly got a glimpse of what their neighbors experience on a daily basis. Our eyes are open. We know now how vulnerable we really are. Canadians have been waiting nearly 60 years to get prescription medications included in our healthcare system. 23 years ago, the Liberals first promised Canadians a national pharmacare program, and they've been repeating that promise ever since. We've had 5 public commissions on pharmacare, study after study, including the Liberals' own Hoskins report in 2019, all saying the same thing. Canadians need pharmacare, and pharmacare will save Canadians money. I don't know what's more disappointing, 23 years of broken promises or the stubborn refusal to even acknowledge the reality of so many Canadians. The Conservatives' position on pharmacare is one of the most cynical things I have ever heard. The Conservatives have said in this House, that 98% of Canadians already have access to prescription drug coverage, so we don't need pharmacare. But what they're really saying is that 2% of Canadians live with pre-existing conditions that make them uninsurable. Everyone else who doesn't have a drug plan should just go out and buy one from a private insurance company. Well, Madam Speaker, I have news for the Conservatives. The 7 million Canadians who can't afford to pay for their medications can't afford to pay for private insurance either. Telling these Canadians that they have access to medications is a slap in the face. I mean, we all have access to a Lamborghini, right? The cynical nonsense has to stop. In February, this House debated Bill C-213, sponsored by NDP member from New Westminster Burnaby, that would have created a National Pharmacare Act. In a survey conducted by the Angus Reid Institute, nearly 9 in 10 Canadians support a national pharmacare program. Only Big Pharma and the insurance industry are opposed, and yet this government joined with the Conservatives to vote this bill down. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Canadians are done with excuses. Time is up. Canadians want and deserve a national, universal pharmacare plan now.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth and to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my friend and colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona, for her advocacy on ALS, on Lou Gehrig's disease, and certainly on pharmacare as well. I will tell her personally that this is the first job that I've ever had that had a drug plan. Olympic athletes don't have covered drugs in Canada. And my father, who doesn't have ALS, but he does have Parkinson's, is out of pocket for prescription drugs that he requires every single day. And it is a shared commitment among Liberals and members of the New Democratic Party and many other members of the House to ensure that when we leave this place, there will be a pharmacare plan. And I agree, it has been too long and promises have been held for too long. But I thank her for the opportunity to speak tonight on the government's actions to make prescription drugs more affordable for Canadians. No one should have to choose between paying for prescription drugs and putting food on the table. And unfortunately, too many Canadians still have to make this impossible choice. That's why we've done more than any other government in a generation to lower drug prices, and we are committed to implementing a national universal pharmacare program. The groundwork for this was laid in the achievements of the last Parliament and reaffirmed in the speech from the throne, the Fall Economic Statement, and most recently in Budget 2021. While we recognize the importance of a national pharmacare program, our government also respects the division of jurisdictional powers that exist in this country and the benefits of harnessing the existing expertise that exists across the provinces and the territories. That's why our government will continue to use the measured and thoughtful approach that we have taken on this issue, and we are moving forward with willing provinces and territories and accelerating steps to achieve this system, to build on the foundational elements of national pharmacare that are already in place so that Canadians can have the drug coverage that they need. Allow me to describe our government's recent efforts to advance a national pharmacare system. On rare diseases, we recognize that for many Canadians who require prescription drugs to treat rare diseases, the cost of those medications can be astronomically high. On the important issue of rare disease, Madam Speaker, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the advocacy work that my friend Simon Eibel did throughout his life that was too short. And when he passed, I made a personal commitment to ensure that rare disease advocates and people who are advocating for a variety of rare diseases have their voices heard in this House. And I just want to take a moment to thank Simon Eibel and his family and friends for all of his advocacy. To help Canadians get a better access to effective treatments, we are working with provinces, territories, and other partners to move forward on developing that national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases. Our government announced in Budget 2021 that it would proceed with this plan as originally proposed in Budget 2019 to invest up to $1 billion over 2 years, starting in 22-23, up to $500 million per year thereafter to support this strategy. And I'm pleased to inform the House that stakeholder consultations are underway and our aim is to launch the strategy by 2022. The creation of a national formulary, which would list the drugs covered under a national pharmacare program, is another vital area in which our government is taking action. Support for a national formulary was first announced in Budget 2019 and reaffirmed in 21, and the development of a comprehensive evidence-based national formulary will allow a consistent approach to formulary listing and patient access across the provinces and territories. Finally, we've established a national Canadian Drug Agency Transition Office. Budget 2019 proposed $35 million in funding to create this office with Health Canada. Its mandate is to advance work on pharmacare-related priorities through cooperation with key partners and stakeholders. The office will strengthen and better align all parts of the system in keeping with the government's commitment to establish a Canadian drug agency. In closing, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. Through the actions described above and through other avenues, the government has worked diligently and productively to implement national pharmacare, and I look forward to the day when my friend and I from Edmonton Strathcona can high-five in the House of Commons when we get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, there was an opportunity put forward for the Liberal government to support pharmacare. There was a bill brought forward. So you'll forgive me if I am cynical about this government's actual commitment to pharmacare when they voted with the Conservative Party to not support a pharmacare program. My colleague will forgive me if I feel that he is likely like so many other Liberal promises, putting forward something so that they can campaign on it in the next election. That is there an actual desire to put pharmacare in place, or do they just want to string out these promises over and over and over again so they can continue to campaign on them? There was a bill, you voted against, the minister voted against, the member voted against it, and Canadians still don't have pharmacare. Talking about how you're going to build that back is not helpful, and it's not going to get us the pharmacare that Canadians need and deserve.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will forgive my colleague's cynicism. This is a political place that we live and work in here. But the Government of Canada is committed to strengthening Canada's healthcare system, as we all are, and supporting the health of Canadians and working together with provinces, territories, and stakeholders to improve that access to prescription medications is really important. And that's why in Budget 2019 and 2021, the 2020 speech from the throne and the fall economic statement, we reaffirmed that commitment to implement national pharmacare, beginning with the creation of a Canadian Drug Agency, a national formulary, and a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases. There is a process. It will take time, and it's important that we get this one right. It's simply not a light switch that we can flick on and make happen immediately, and that process is well underway, and I cannot wait to once again celebrate when it's all done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I'm highlighting the question I asked on March 25th about the federal government's position regarding the Black civil servants lawsuit, where claimants have courageously come forward to expose the wrongdoing and systemic discrimination they face throughout their careers. In the weeks since I asked that question, we have learned that over the years, some public servants were offered money to keep quiet and withdraw racial discrimination complaints. It's never easy to confront racism. It should be uncomfortable. We cannot ask people to push aside their injustice to sweep things under the rug. This is gaslighting. We cannot ask them to be silent, and we cannot be complicit with our own silence. My goal tonight is not to place blame or to wag my finger. Rather, it is to better understand exactly what this government is doing to fight systemic racism. I wish to be a partner in this work. I wish to highlight the incredible voices from my riding and from the Maritimes that are changing the conversation and driving real actions in my home community. We are not coming to a sudden realization that Canada has a problem with racism. People of color, Black and Indigenous people have been telling us for so long that our society, our institutions, our collective behaviors and biases continue to cause harm, even kill. And so far, the performative gestures from the government are accomplishing nothing. In just the last few weeks, I have read the following headlines. The RCMP is losing Indigenous officers, and some former Mounties blame racism in the ranks. The Nova Scotia government balked at paying for extra RCMP during the fisheries conflict, where Mi'kmaq fishers were attacked, their possessions set on fire, and their catches destroyed. That the Army strategies to promote diversity and inclusion were ineffective. Temporary migrant workers working in fields across the country, helping to ensure our food sovereignty, are working in unsanitary and dangerous conditions, living in overcrowded rooms, some sleeping on the floor. Symbolism does not target the root cause of the problem. Canada must institute specific reparations and strategic actions with measurable outcomes. I know that my colleague will point to the implementation of the Anti-Racism Secretariat, and I'm thankful for that division, and I'm fully in appreciation for the Minister and her commitment. However, this would be the time to let Canadians know about the concrete work being undertaken to dismantle systems of oppression. And I would argue that there should be a full ministerial department dedicated to the mission of anti-racism. Many Canadians do not even have a basic understanding of what racism is, how it operates, what gives it power. Some still debate its existence and shy away from comparison with our neighbors to the south. Our children must learn the critical thinking skills to ask tough questions, challenge narratives, and deconstruct the lies that support white supremacy. We are told that change is slow, that these things take time. As a suggestion, if I may, Madam Speaker, perhaps we could listen to the Black voices showing us the way right here, right now. The class action lawsuit seeks long-term solutions to permanently address systemic racism and discrimination in the public service of Canada, which would undoubtedly create ripple effects across the communities. Damages include the wrongful failure to promote, intentional infliction of mental suffering, constructive dismissal, wrongful termination, negligence, and in particular, violations of employment law, human rights law, and charter breaches. In the fulfillment of the goal of workplace equality, Canada has failed to correct the conditions of disadvantage in employment experienced by Black Canadians. Will the Anti-Racism Secretariat commit to addressing these specific wrongs? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just can't thank my honorable colleague and friend from Edmonton from Fredericton enough for her speech and her advocacy on this very, very important topic and subject. I admire her willingness to come out here and always confront difficult topics of conversation. And I share her satisfaction with the fact that we are the first government that has a Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth that does the hard work and commits to the hard work, and the Anti-Racism Secretariat is a good start. But from the start, Madam Speaker, our government has acknowledged that millions of Canadians continue to face systemic racism in different facets of our society, and I too acknowledge that that is not a universally held conviction yet in this House or in this country, and that's an important thing to focus on also. Whether it's going to the store or the bank, applying for a job, or even taking public transit, racialized Canadians have told us in unequivocal terms that racial discrimination is unfortunately still a daily reality here in Canada.
This is particularly true for Black Canadians who are confronted with the scourge of systemic racism against Black people. The data that we have show a very sad portrait of the impact that racism has in this country. For example, we know that Black people face disproportionately high rates of unemployment compared to their non-racialized counterparts. This despite a recent study from Stats Canada showing that Black Canadians aged 25 to 54 years old are more likely to have a university degree than non-racialized Canadians.
Rather than sitting idly by, our government has taken concrete actions to address systemic anti-Black racism. In 2018, we officially recognized the International Day for People of African Descent, which serves to guide the international community in the advancement of human rights and freedoms of Black communities by focusing on recognition, justice, and development. This was then followed by a $44 million investment to advance the objectives of the decade through supporting projects that empower Black youth, address mental health in Black communities, and drive capacity building for Black-led organizations. And Madam Speaker, as the parliamentary secretary on this file, I get to make some of those calls and call these organizations and thank them for their good work and congratulate them on the funding. And I can't tell you how grateful we are as a government, as in a nation, for their extraordinary efforts. Nous avons investi.
We have invested millions of dollars to launch the Canadian Strategy for Fighting Racism, which has moved federal leadership in the fight against systemic racism and has focused on raising awareness and changing attitudes. Since then, we've worked in close collaboration with the Canadian African Federation of the Economy, an organization of business leaders directed by Black individuals, to launch loans for Black community entrepreneurs. A public-private partnership investment of $291.3 million. It will provide up to $250,000 in funding to owners of private businesses, Black owners of private businesses, who will then be able to grow their businesses in the future.
Lastly, Madam Speaker, because our government recognizes the need to remove barriers to achieving a diverse and inclusive workplace, including addressing anti-Black racism, we are investing $12 million to support the Centre on Diversity and Inclusion in the public service lodged directly in the Treasury Board Secretariat.
So unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. I did allow for a little bit of time. I thought maybe he would be wrapping up, but so the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his efforts in these adjournment proceedings. It's been a busy night for him. And if you can tell, I'm extremely passionate about anti-racism, and I come to this as a cis white ally. I will never know the full extent of the pain inflicted upon Indigenous peoples, Black peoples, people of color, to us LGBTQIA+, and I live, work, and learn with this immense privilege. During the past weeks, we've been hearing the difficult testimony, trying to piece together the death of Joyce Etchikon. I will not repeat the myriad of insults flung at her by staff who were supposed to care for her while she was fighting for her life. And then, of course, to the 215 little souls whose remains have finally been discovered, there are not enough words in the English language to account for such horrors. These are not dark chapters in Canadian history. These realities are woven throughout the whole story, and the consequences continue to play out today. This is not about guilt, it's about responsibility. Will this government stand up and recognize the immense responsibility we have in addressing racism in all its forms? Will it stand up for the Black civil servants? Will it stand up for Joyce, for all the children who never came home from residential schools? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And before I go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I would just ask him maybe to put his, for the interpretation, just to maybe to leave it on floor instead, because if the Honourable Member switches from English to French, the interpreters have a hard time hearing and being able to interpret. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks for the tip, Madame la Présidente. I would also like to acknowledge my role as an ally in this place as a white, cisgendered, straight man. I've never experienced racism, homophobia, or bigotry in any form, and I do feel like I have a role as an ally to stand up. So I'll try to wrap up quickly so the House may adjourn. We are taking steps to review the Equity Employment Act, particularly in light of comments that it does not address the distinct experiences of Black employees. From the very start, Madam Speaker, our government has shown an unwavering commitment to tackling systemic racism head-on, including anti-Black racism. Le Donné saw
The data are unequivocal. Serious systemic obstacles persist, and they limit opportunities for Black communities.
Here in Canada, these discrepancies are simply unacceptable. C'est pourquoi depuis 2000.
That's why, since 2018, we have committed investments of over $177 million to support initiatives that would support Black communities. And we are investing in federal public service initiatives to create more diverse and inclusive workplaces.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne.
Motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.